Yeah, Teresa, the latest information that we got was they're going to be starting at 10 o'clock their time, which is noon Eastern time. So we haven't missed anything yet. Good morning, Anna. How are you doing? Yes. We're doing pretty good. We're really curious to see what's going to happen with Chad, and we hope that nothing bad happens.
Actually, we're curious what kind of crazy is going to come out of his mouth during this.
Yeah.
So I had thought I was done after yesterday, but then I realized there's probably going to be a whole lot of crazy testimony coming up, trying to save his life. They're going to say everything.
How do you feel about the death penalty?
I don't know. How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm always conflicted when it comes to death penalty.
I am too.
But
if anyone deserves it, it's this guy.
it's Chad. Yeah.
Yeah, for the way that he just lied to everyone and didn't take responsibility, and none of his family took none of his direct family took responsibility. Showed no compassion.
Yeah, we feel the same way. Conflicted. You want revenge, but is that the way to go about it? Don't know.
Life in prison is probably more traumatic.
For him? Yeah. Yeah, we were wondering, like, I always go through, weird ideas whenever stuff like this happens. Like, why is it taking so long? Oh, did he hang him? But, I don't know, it's probably just something procedural, or they're waiting for a family member or someone, but...
Well, so I did read somewhere that this is the first time for everyone. So they haven't had a sentencing like this in a long time, years. And this is the first death penalty phase that Judge Boyce has gone through. And this is the first time for Pryor. And I think it might be the first time for this group of prosecutors also.
I think it's the first time for Chad.
He might have been done in a previous probation. In a previous probation, this is what he's like. I got this. This is old hat.
It's an interesting case to say. So we'll see what today. I do feel like today's gonna be a crazy day.
Well, I don't think so. I don't think today's gonna be crazy at all. I think today the prosecution is gonna start, and they're level-headed and normal.
I'm more referring to the people that they're questioning.
And they're probably going to bring in, I don't know. I was looking it up.
Family members.
I think the defense will bring in family members, but
No,
the prosecution.
I'm sorry. Like the grandparents and like the family members of the victims.
Right. So it might start off really emotional. Yeah. Like victim impacts for all of them.
Yep.
And then that's going to be really tough to listen to, but important to listen to.
Yeah, I think you'd be way more miserable in jail. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so too. And usually people, all the stories that I've ever heard is they don't look too fondly at people that have messed with kids.
Yeah, I would hope so. I really would hope so.
Yeah. I'm apprehensive about this one.
Yeah, I think what we're going to see is we're going to see a lot of emotional victim impact statements. And then we'll get to Lori Vallow crazy, which is going to be really funny. What's going on? You can't get rid of that heart. I don't know.
There we go. The IT team for Portal support must be down because he hasn't escaped.
Yeah.
No, I mean, that's the reason why you have a good IT security team is so
he can't escape. He blocks those
portals.
supernatural portals. Who's Harry Potter now, bitch?
So what's the thing that they're going to use on him? Avada Kedavra?
Yeah.
And this time, you're not going to believe the boy that lived. Wow. I just went there, didn't I?
Well, he's the one that called himself Harry Potter, so
Yeah.
he gets it.
Yeah. And it's the same thing. It's like, I don't like talking about people's weight because, I've got weight issues as well, but you open the door, man, and you allow that stuff to come through. You call yourself Harry Potter. Yeah.
And the way they disparaged Tammy Daybell is just so gross. Well, they said noon or 10 o'clock Mountain Time. There we are, 12:09. I don't know. This feels weird.
It does, doesn't it?
It feels really weird.
It feels like something's going on.
I'm going to go turn the volume down on that.
Okay. So, Anna, were you listening to the closing statements when Pryor was talking about the Library of Congress and the amount of data that was used from the prosecution? The prosecution used the same amount of data. Yeah. So there was another, I want to say it was a YouTuber, someone on Reddit. I can't remember. Nicole showed it to me. And someone actually broke down the numbers from what the Library of Congress uses versus like what they're using. Like they're saying, oh, it's 100 terabytes or
right. That was the
like that.
Murderous Heart. That was
Murderous Heart. That's right.
Kylie Ryan's aunt that posted that.
Yeah. And
because that's what we were saying during the testimony too. And you were like, I'm out. I'm done.
Yeah. I mean, I thought he was doing well until he got to that point.
Until he got to the... Oh, he thinks he's doing good.
Aw. He's just like Kevin Costner. He tries so hard.
He's trying so hard. I don't know. If you were a lawyer, I mean, I can imagine being... if you were a defense attorney, I could imagine advocating for criminals. And I forgot what I was going to say. What I couldn't imagine. Oh, is owning a house where 3 people were murdered at as payment. Like,
I remember,
that seems really weird.
they were talking about cash of $90,000, all the money. I think he spent it all, though. And that goes, I think of one thing and then I think of another. And it's just like, it's these layers of bullshit that they've created.
And what are they going to do?
And you take one thing away and it just unravels.
Yeah.
So Anna says that the prosecutors probably follow a murderous heart. She will post something and then they will bring it up.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that does. And honestly, they should be following any strand because, getting people to give information on a group like this, that's important.
And sometimes it's viewers that connect the dots in ways that the prosecution may not have thought of.
Yeah.
Like, well, that's what happened at the end there. One of the detectives was watching the testimony when they had released him and he was watching the testimony and he's like, hold up, that's not what happened. But they couldn't bring him back because they had released him. But it was a catch-22 because if he hadn't have been watching it, he wouldn't have known that Emma said all that shit about him.
Yeah.
But then they didn't know that. So it was a weird situation.
Right. I thought they dealt with it in the right way on the bottle.
Very professional.
Yeah. We don't need your testimony because you were wearing a body cam. So I watched this one-man PD questions. He discusses personality disorders and did an amazing discussion on Emma and Carr.
Oh, yeah.
Who works in the federal court system.
Who is that? Is that in
PD questions?
PD questions?
I watched this one, man. PD questions.
We'll have to look him up.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm kind of on the Nick Rakita saga,
The lawyer.
the lawyer
Yeah.
with the child abuse charges.
That's a piece of work too,
But that doesn't have anything to do with cults, so it kind of doesn't
Nah.
fit on brand. It's just, it's pretty sad when people fail as spectacularly as he's failed.
yeah, because it is something that we worry about too. Is we're making our lives public, so we're being very careful about information that kind of goes out and stuff like that. And this guy kind of just was like, I'm doing lines of coke on stream, and masturbating.
So weird.
Yeah, I think he started down a path, and then it just did not lead to good place.
Yeah, I think, what I think is going to happen though is he's going to serve whatever sentence he's going to get and go to rehab and kind of realize.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he's ever going to have a career in YouTube. But he might be able to rebrand.
Yeah, he's gonna be a lawyer that on the comeback. Like,
Yeah.
how did I survive my own indoctrination?
Yeah. Do you still have music going?
Yeah.
Okay. We're just talking over music.
Yeah. You can kind of hear it.
Okay.
Ooh. Do we have an update?
You have an update?
Breaking news.
No. As of 4 minutes ago, Hidden True Crime
Thanks, Anna.
was still in the hallway.
So just 15 minutes in, just still in the hallway.
Still in the hallway.
Okay. Not breaking news.
Still sitting outside the courtroom, preparing to begin.
Hmm.
It's funny, I had forgotten I had followed Hidden True Crime on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I signed up again for the verdict, I was like, oh yeah.
It just started popping up.
Yeah. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, I did. I think I followed them during the Lori Vallow because they started
that makes
covering
sense.
this
That makes a lot of sense.
early on. They did such a good job covering this whole drama. I don't even know what the word is.
Chatty Potter.
Yeah.
Very last days outside of prison.
Yeah.
Yep. Supposed to be hot today or something.
It's the last day of May. Tomorrow's June. But,
Tomorrow is June.
yep.
It's like, what, 475? Yeah, 75. Real feel 85.
Yeah. Chad's ruined our pool day.
The sweat. The sweat bowl.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's 75 and cloudy.
I don't know.
Is that too cold? Chatty Potter. Okay. Hey, do you see him in his prison garb today? Like,
Oh, that would be awesome, wouldn't it?
yeah.
That would be a good screenshot.
So, Anna, is it weird that I could see myself having been drugged into some of these beliefs when I was younger? No, it's not
at
weird.
all. We just finished watching the TikTok, the actual documentary. We had done some prep work on a podcast earlier, but we finally watched it this morning. Well, we got through half of it, and then we started preparing for this.
We were really hoping that there'd be some kind of humor.
There's
that
nothing.
It's not.
That it's not a funny thing. When you look at it on the surface, you're like, oh my goodness, this TikTok dancing
TikTok, LOL.
Yeah, you think it's funny, but when you actually hear the stories and the way they did the documentary was so well
Really
done
well done.
because they showed how you can easily get trapped into those crazy belief systems and they had just generic belief systems, but he used every indoctrination technique available to him.
Yep.
And he's a scary guy. I hope that some justice comes out of it. It was very much like the families around Nexium were
Yes.
trying to help their families get out, but he had trapped these kids and adults, young adults, in this belief system.
Yeah.
And a lot of them apparently are still trapped. I don't know. We're not finished with it. But
Yeah, we got another like 10, 20 minutes or something like that. But I think they're still in there, to be honest. But
And I think anyone can get trapped into belief systems like that. It doesn't matter. They just capture you at the right time, in the right state in your life.
right. I just don't like people. So that's what I think what saved me for so long, you know.
But you almost joined a cult too one time, because we had met this group of people, and this one woman claimed to be a healer,
Yeah.
and she claimed to be like supernatural, and we met with them for a while, and then we realized
Oh, yeah. No, I
she's
think
crazy.
I think we hit a bunch of red flags when the lies started coming through.
Hmm.
But we just were like, nope.
And she was a classic narcissist using religion
Yep.
for her narcissism.
Exactly. I am the person that knows all the answers.
Yeah, and she would, and the minute when she'd say, "I would tell you, but you wouldn't understand
wouldn't
it," I was
understand,
like,
like,
"Oh yeah, you're crazy. You're crazy."
Bye.
But that's another thing that happens too, Anna, is people leave the cult and they're so used to having someone tell them what to do, how to do it, and they jump right into another really bad situation,
Yeah.
another type of cult,
Yeah.
where they don't have to think.
And also one of the things, as you know, we do this research on these different cults, is we find commonalities. Like, well, at least I have commonalities, and the majority of the people that join were just needing an answer at that specific time.
And then they're weaponized,
Mhm.
and then the people are weaponized, like they weaponized Alex Cox. Or were you, Anna, were you raised Mormon? Like I'm waiting. Just waiting
Answer us.
Yeah.
Catholic.
Catholic.
I know that you misspelled it, but I actually like the way you misspelled it.
What did I misspell?
Catjolic.
Oh. I got into big trouble. I love the iconography of Catholicism, and I love all of the old, they're not called temples. What are they called? Churches, the
I know what you're-
chapels in Europe.
Are those chapels?
Well,
Cathedrals.
Cathedrals, yeah, that's the word.
Well, that took me a while.
Yeah, me too. Everyone's got their own
There she goes. Yeah, there you go.
cathedrals.
Yeah.
And I got into big trouble for going into those cathedrals to look at art growing up, because I went into another house of
Because
worship.
then you start asking questions.
Yeah.
And as soon as you start asking questions, you start thinking. You're thinking.
Oh no,
You won't follow our bullshit.
you can't think.
Thinking's bad.
Okay, so Hidden True Crime just tweeted, Colby and Kelsey are there. Tammy's siblings and dad and cousins are there.
Well, there's going to be a fight going.
Oh, Brandon Boudreaux is there. So I think you were asking about Brandon Boudreaux. So I feel like I have to draw this on a map for you,
Yeah.
like a family tree.
She switched to yoga meditation route, but I still feel drawn to the rosary. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to get out, especially the iconic. What is that word? The things that represent
Iconography.
Yes,
Yeah.
the iconography of
It's
a
so,
religion that you've been in for
so
long.
beautiful too.
It is, and they know it.
Yeah.
They got
Okay, so Brandon Boudreaux was married to Melanie.
you. Oh, and is that the guy that was married for like a day or?
No,
Okay.
no.
It's not the same guy.
Yeah.
See, that's
Okay, so Brandon Boudreaux, and her name was Melanie Boudreaux. and they had 5 children. Now, these 5 children were labeled dark,
Mm-hmm.
and they were in a car ride to California when Chad labeled them dark. So
And that's the ones that he was saying, I'm going to put their pain up.
exactly,
Blah, blah, blah.
exactly. Okay, so Melanie left Brandon, took the kids, and he's
an amazing man. That's
yeah, he is. He really is. So she left him, took the kids, and then he started fighting for custody because he knew that they were crazy.
right.
So he was starting to fight for custody, and then that's when Alex Cox
Tried to.
shot him. Pew pew. Like tried to shoot at him.
Yeah.
Missed him, hit the interior of the car.
Mm.
So after that happened, he contacted the police. The police came, they knew it was the type of car, and then that's when they started surveilling Alex Cox for the car. So I think Brandon at that time, because of that situation, got the kids back, but I think they were still trying to
Wow.
do custody battle.
And what Anna's saying is, then on the phone call, the day Alex died, Melanie said that she is glad that Alex crossed over so he can take care of her.
Yeah, because they were planning on killing those kids too. So their life was on the line. So then Melanie went to Rexburg, Idaho, this Melanie Boudreaux. And then that's when she met.
There's 2 Melanies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this particular one.
Yeah.
So they finally got divorced. And then she met that dude. She met the neighbor, and 11 days later married him. And his name is Pulowski.
Right.
So they got married 11 days later.
And then that one was, he was like immediately, like after right after they got married, he was like, what the hell's going on?
Right. And
He was the one where he's like, where's my kids? That one.
exactly. He's the one that had the panic attack.
Jesus.
Because he knew that her children were in danger, and he thought his children might be in danger also. And then he's the one that completely lost his faith in the Mormon church because of all these events. But he didn't know, they got married after 11 days, which is so weird. But he didn't know all of these belief systems, and then started recording them.
Right. Right. Jesus Christ.
So that's how. And then Melanie Boudreaux. So you've got.
And how is Melanie related to anybody? Is she related?
She is. She is. So you've got Lori Daybell, and then Lori's sister, who passed away. She died. And Melanie.
Well, we think she died. She passed away. She
Yeah.
another murder.
Melanie.
I just assume that anybody that died in this time frame
is suspicious.
is suspicious. Yeah.
And Melanie is that sister who passed away's daughter, and Lori helped raise Melanie.
So that's why. Okay, I get it. That's why Anna was calling her Melanice, because she's the niece of Lori.
She's the niece, as opposed to Melanie Gibb,
That's a good mnemonic device.
who
Call
was
her,
the friend.
yeah. Call her Melanice, and then you know exactly what you're talking about. I love
Yeah.
that.
Oh my goodness, we're like 30 minutes in.
Yeah.
Not even.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
That's why I really think that
There's something.
there's something
wrong.
going on. Yeah.
Well, it's not on Twitter yet, so.
It's not on CNN. So
Did the kids eat sandwiches?
yeah.
And then Alex Cox was the brother also. So Melanie was Alex's niece also.
Right. When did Lori's sister die?
I think.
Hey Falcon, they can't fit Chad into his orange jumper.
Yeah, I see.
There's not enough baby powder in the world that's gonna make that slip on. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a good one, Falcon. Thank you. I needed that.
Yeah.
Do you think Chad's gonna have like a little creature?
Like Quado. He's
No,
got a Quado.
he's got a Quado.
Telling him, oh man,
You're mine.
And Chad's Quado.
No, I was more thinking that, he's going to be lounging on his side and there's going to be a creature that goes, like at everybody that comes by, and he's going to feed people to a Rancor.
No.
Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah.
Just paint Jabba orange and we've got Chad.
It would not surprise me if he did away with himself at this. That would not surprise me at this juncture.
So when I thought it, I was just like, oh, that's cruel. And then I thought about it some more, going, that's actually not. I feel like, and that might be what's going on. Maybe he tried. I don't want to actually. You know what? I don't want to do that. I don't want to rate false information that's out there.
No, but it wouldn't surprise me if he does that.
Yeah.
Because going to prison with a death penalty, that's scary.
That's not his thing.
Did he honestly think they were gonna say not guilty?
Well, he's gonna lose his tan and his six pack, so.
And his long flowy hair.
Oh my God. Yeah, and I agree. I think he's probably on suicide watch.
He's gotta be.
We're going to see what we can see. 12:30 already, guys. So we're already, we're an hour past, right?
No, they were supposed to start at 10.
Oh, I had
So we're a half hour.
Okay. I thought that was a...
We started streaming when they were going to start at 8:30.
That's what I mean. Is that they're already... Because that was 10:30, so now it's 2 hours, isn't it? 2 hours since the time that we thought they were going to start.
Yeah. And then we heard, no, they're going to start at noon. And then now it's...
And then it's different again.
Well, I haven't heard any kind of update. Wow. People are asking Hidden True Crime if Chad's kids are there. I don't think she's responded.
Yeah, that would be interesting if they didn't show up. Because they weren't there during the
Oh, wait. Okay, so one of the reporters says they're finally in the courtroom.
Okay.
Chad is already seated at the table. He's wearing a white shirt and red tie. Aw. Attorneys are not in the room yet. Lots of victims here. They had to bring in extra seating.
So they were repositioning it because they had so many. Wow. Yeah.
And somebody responded, why the hell is he wearing a tie and dress clothes? Yeah, we wanted to see him in a prison jumpsuit.
Yeah, I agree. So sorry, guys. No orange jumpsuit today.
No.
The real question was he brought in in handcuffs? He should have been. Well, I guess he would have already been in that process too.
Yeah.
That he would have been brought in with handcuffs. Because we didn't get to see that. Like, that's normal, right? Like, you're guilty and then they put the handcuffs on the person and lead them away. But we didn't see that.
Or they come in an orange jumpsuit. Yeah.
And Idaho needs to step up their stage presence.
Yeah. They are so professional, which
they really are. I'm
just really cool. It's cool to see. Let's see if Hidden True Crime says anything. That's beautiful. That's cool. That is. Look at that. It's like, we're waiting.
Also, something else I was thinking about too when we were watching that documentary this morning on TikTok was if there's any connection between 7M and the Soldiers of Christ. I mean, I know it just happened to be both from Korea, but because those, like, she was brought also from Korea too.
All rise.
Oh, guys, we're live.
Close now in session on Stephen W. Boyce, judge presiding. Thank you. Please be seated.
Guys, please let us know if you can hear the audio.
All right, Mr. Bailiff, if you'd like to have our jurors brought in, please.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry, we do need to take up one matter outside the presence of the jurors. If they're ready, it will take a few moments. Apologies. Okay, we are going to go on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We began a special sentencing proceeding under Idaho's death penalty statute yesterday. At the conclusion of the return of a verdict in this case, the court gave some preliminary instruction to the jurors. They convened for the evening. We're starting again with that hearing today on this special sentencing proceeding. The court has been advised by defense counsel of an intent to potentially not present mitigation. And I have in a closed sealed hearing inquired with counsel on a proffer to cover that. However, I also want to go through and determine whether or not there's a knowing and voluntary waiver of that right on the record and do that outside the presence of the jurors. So, Mr. Daybell, let me just outline your rights here for you briefly. In this special sentencing proceeding, you do have the right to both present mitigation and also a right of allocution that can be exercised at the conclusion of the proceeding before the jury deliberates. There are a couple of instructions that would be provided to the jurors. I'll read an instruction called mitigation, and it reads as follows. A mitigating factor is any fact or circumstance relating to the crime or to the defendant's state of mind or condition at the time of the crime or to his character, background, or record that tends to suggest that a sentence other than death should be imposed. A mitigating factor does not have to constitute a defense, excuse, or justification for the crime, nor does it even have to reduce the degree of the defendant's blame for the crime. My instructions given at the end of the trial phase that you are not to allow sympathy for the defendant to enter your deliberations do not apply at this sentencing phase. Mitigating factors may include any fact or circumstance that inspires sympathy, compassion, or mercy for the defendant. Evidence supporting the existence of a mitigating factor may come from the trial phase or this sentencing phase, whether produced by the defendant or the state. One other instruction that will be given is the defendant's right to allocution, and that reads, the defendant has the right to personally address you. This is called the right of allocution. Allocution is not made under oath and not subject to cross-examination. The law provides that these statements are something that the defendant is allowed to present to you as mitigation. You may consider these statements in your deliberations. So, Mr. Pryor, I've discussed this with you on the record already, but you have explained the right of mitigation and allocution to your client. Is that correct?
I have, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Daybell, the purpose of these rights is to potentially present evidence to the jury that could result in them finding that the death penalty should not be imposed in your case. Do you understand that?
I do.
All right, and I'm also advised then that you do not intend to Despite the preparation of mitigation from your attorney, you don't intend to present that evidence at this hearing. Is that your choice?
That is my choice.
Has anyone coerced or pressured you personally to make that choice?
No.
And do you feel like you're thinking clearly
Am
this
I
morning
on
as you
mute
make
too?
that
Do not
choice?
know.
Yes.
What the hell?
Okay, well, that is your right, Mr. Daybell, so thank you for putting that on the record for the court
What
before we
the
brought the
hell?
jurors in. At this time then, we are going to proceed with the remainder of this special sentencing proceeding, and we'll have the jurors brought into the courtroom, please.
He doesn't want his kids being made fun of? Is this the first time he's ever like done something not self-serving?
No, I think
What?
this is self-serving. He doesn't want to go to jail. Yeah, Chad would prefer death to life in prison. He'd rather die than, because he can't hack it in jail, and he knows it too.
But he's going to be in prison for a very long time before
Yeah.
the death penalty
Well,
kicks
that's
in.
and he would prefer to come across as the victim.
So nobody's going to defend him. He's bringing no witnesses to defend him. Wow. That's what I thought I heard downstairs, and you were like, no, I don't think it's just
Yeah,
standard.
they were just reading his rights, but I didn't hear that part of it.
Wow.
So that's probably what the wait was, is because he spoke that he didn't want to
Defend
defend
himself.
himself against the death penalty.
Wow.
Okay, guys.
So we're not going to get crazy statements.
We're just going to get victim.
That's all. Yeah.
Here's all President Counter for you, Honor.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated.
So my question is, why
All
wouldn't
right,
he just
good
plead
morning,
guilty if he
everyone.
was
We're on
just
the
gonna do
record
this at
on
the end?
KCR 2221
That's the part that doesn't make any
1623,
sense
State
to
of
me.
Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. I understand we are now on the record with the public here and the jurors much later than anticipated, but the court's been taking up several administrative matters to get to this point. At this time then, the court's intent is to read some additional instructions to the jurors before any opening statements are made. Is the state prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And let me just inquire, will the state intend to make an opening statement for this procedure?
Yes, Your Honor.
And will that be you, Ms. Blake?
It will be Mr. Wood.
Mr. Wood, thank you. Is the defense prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and does the defense intend an opening statement?
Yes, Judge, and that will be me.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor. All right, at this
Yeah,
time
Anna,
then,
I
ladies
think
and
you're
gentlemen
right.
of the jury, I am going to read
feels
you
exactly
some
what's going on
additional
here.
instructions. I'll note that you'll get copies of these to take with you as you deliberate. I read you an instruction yesterday, which was instruction number 3, and the way I read the instruction yesterday had an error in it, so that's been corrected. I'm going to reread it, and the one you get with you will have the correct language. So these instructions are not in any particular order, but they'll come to you in a packet. And again, the order doesn't necessarily matter, but you'll receive each of these. So the first instruction I'm going to read you this morning is as follows. The state of Idaho is seeking the death penalty in this case, alleging aggravating circumstances exist under Idaho law that may allow the death penalty to be imposed. The statutory aggravating circumstances are simply allegations. They are not evidence. You should not be influenced or prejudiced for or against the defendant because the state is seeking the death penalty. The state has alleged the following statutory aggravating circumstances. A, the murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. B, the murder of Joshua Jackson, hereinafter J.J. Vallow, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. C, the murder of Tamara, hereinafter Tammy Daybell, was committed for remuneration, or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. D, the murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. E, the murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. F, the murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. G, by the murder or circumstances surrounding their commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. H, the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. If, after considering all the evidence, you unanimously find that one or more of the aggravating circumstances exists beyond a reasonable doubt, you must indicate on the special verdict form by specifically stating what aggravating circumstances or circumstance exists. If, after looking at all the evidence, you unanimously find that there is a reasonable doubt about the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, or you cannot unanimously agree on the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, you must indicate on the special verdict form that the state has not proven the aggravating circumstance. You must indicate this finding by checking the appropriate line next to such aggravating circumstance or circumstances on the verdict form. Your presiding juror must sign the verdict form. Next instruction. It is presumed that no statutory aggravating circumstance exists in this case. This presumption remains throughout the sentencing phase and during your deliberations. The state has the burden of proving the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, and that burden remains on the state throughout the sentencing phase. The defendant is not required to prove the absence of any aggravating circumstance, nor is the defendant required to produce any evidence at all. The state must prove the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt about a statutory aggravating circumstance, it is your duty to find that a statutory aggravating circumstance has not been proven. On the other hand, if after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt about a statutory aggravating circumstance, it is your duty to find that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proven. Next instruction. A mitigating factor is any fact or circumstance relating to the crime or to the defendant's state of mind or condition at the time of the crime, or to his character, background, or record that tends to suggest that a sentence other than death should be imposed. A mitigating factor does not have to constitute a defense, excuse, or justification for the crime, nor does it even have to reduce the degree of the defendant's blame for the crime. My instructions given at the end of the trial phase were that you are not allowed to have sympathy for the defendant or to enter that into your deliberations, and that does not apply at this sentencing phase. Mitigating factors may include any fact or circumstance that inspires sympathy, compassion, or mercy for the defendant. Evidence supporting the existence of a mitigating factor may come from the trial phase or this sentencing phase, whether produced by the defendant or the state. Next instruction, a defendant has a constitutional right not to be compelled to testify. The decision whether to testify is left to the defendant, acting with the advice and assistance of the defendant's lawyer. You must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant did not testify during the guilt phase of the trial or during the sentencing phase, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. The next instruction, victims have the right to personally address you by making a victim impact statement, which is a statement concerning the victim's personal characteristics and the emotional impact of the murder. A victim impact statement is not made under oath and is not subject to cross-examination. A victim may not make any statements that are characterizations or opinions about the crime, the defendant, or the appropriate sentence, and you should disregard any such comments you may otherwise consider victim impact statements in your deliberations. And my final instruction before we start with the opening arguments is instruction number 7. The defendant has the right to personally address you. This is called the right of allocution. Allocution is not made under oath and is not subject to cross-examination. The law provides that these statements are something that the defendant is allowed to present to you as mitigation. You may consider these statements in your deliberations. All right, that concludes the court's preliminary instructions. At this time, Mr. Wood, I understand you'll be making an opening statement for the state.
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach the jury, and is there a microphone we can use?
Yeah, we'll get you a wireless mic.
Ladies and gentlemen, when we first met during the jury selection process, we spoke with you about what could happen if we got to this phase of the trial. And we spoke with
Is
you
that guy
about some of
behind
your
the podium?
thoughts and feelings about if we got to this phase. And we're here. And in that earlier discussion, we talked with you about what happens if a defendant is convicted of first-degree murder or conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And we talked with you about some of your feelings and your thoughts on that. The discussion we had involved the jury questionnaires that you filled out. And those questionnaires in our conversations dealt with acknowledging that murder in and of itself is not sufficient for the death penalty. That there has to be something else beyond a finding of guilt if you are to impose the death penalty. And the thing that has to be proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt and beyond that finding of guilt, conspiracy to commit murder, are these aggravating circumstances or aggravating factors the judge just mentioned. And we have alleged in this case, in a document that was filed a long time ago, there are multiple aggravating factors that we are going to ask you to find. And the judge read those to you. I'll go back over them in just a moment. In considering those factors, however, we don't have to start all over again. Yesterday, the court read you an instruction that says you may consider and you shall consider all of the evidence presented so far. And so you have to consider everything that you considered in coming to your verdict on the charges of murder and conspiracy to commit murder. We will not be presenting additional evidence to you in this hearing. However, you will hear from multiple victims in this case. Again, you are entitled to consider everything that has been proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt so far. And the judge read these, but I'm going to read them one more time. These are the aggravators that we are going to ask you to find exist beyond a reasonable doubt. The murder of Tylee Ryan was committed for remuneration. The murder of J.J. Vallow was committed for remuneration. The murder of Tammy Daybell was committed for remuneration. The murder of Tylee Ryan was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The murder of J.J. Vallow was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The murder of Tammy Daybell was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. That by these murders or circumstances surrounding their commission, that this defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. That the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murders at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. Again, we're going to ask you to make these findings based on the evidence that's already been presented in this case and anything you hear today. And so going forward, as the judge told you, the trial will work like this. If you decide that the state has proven one or more of those aggravators beyond a reasonable doubt, this case then goes back to you. And it is your decision whether one or more of these aggravators has been proven. And if it has, then you must decide if under these circumstances, imposition of the death penalty would be just or unjust. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. That concludes the opening statement from the state. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to present an opening statement on behalf of your client, you may do so at this time.
Just once more, Judge, may I approach the well?
Yes. Yeah, we're going to adjust a camera as well first. Thank you, Mr. Pryor.
Did you notice the Judge Boyce's tone? It was like full of, the only word that comes to my mind is incredulity. Like
That was easy for you to say.
he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He doesn't, Judge Boyce holds it together for the most part.
Yeah.
But I think he was just amazed that, like, he couldn't believe it. Like, are you sure? Or
Yeah.
why would you do this?
Why are we here?
Yeah. Well,
Why did we just go through all of this for you at the very end just to go, no, I'm good with that?
Yeah. He should have just, I think, was it Anna that said it or who said it? He would have to admit something.
Yeah. Yeah.
But in this way, he can continue to be the victim because he doesn't say anything. Oh, that's got to be it, right?
Also, appellate issues.
Yeah,
In what way? And are you?
because he
Thank
can
you.
appeal.
Well, he's going to appeal anyways.
Yeah,
That's just.
but this gives him a little bit more ammunition because he didn't say anything. But okay, this is starting to make sense now.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't plead guilty in the beginning because then he would have to admit that he had a hand in this. In the trial, he
Go ahead,
didn't.
Mr. Pryor. Yes.
We don't have a camera yet. There we go. Now we got the well.
Yeah, but I think that kind of nails
Morning,
it.
ladies and
They're going
gentlemen.
to appeal and try to get it overturned.
You know, there's a saying that says you can define someone about who they are now and in the future by what they've done in the past. And only a unusual trajectory or an unusual or startling event can change that trajectory. And I want to talk to you a little bit about Chad Daybell. I want to talk to you a little bit about Sheila Daybell taking the stand and talking about this quiet, reserved, shy young man growing up in Springville, Utah. Springville's a town outside of Salt Lake City, about 50 miles south of Salt Lake City. Chad growing up there was a town of about 15,000 people.
Mr. Pryor, I really much apologize. We're barely picking you up on the mic. I don't know if we want to maybe swap mics or. All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Apologies.
Skill with electronics is showing and has shown throughout this, I guess, correct? Springville, Utah, small town, was at the time. I understand now it's 50,000 people.
So massive.
Chad growing up in this small town, quiet, shy, reserved. town of faith, town of religion, grew up in that. We heard Jason William talk about that tight-knit community. Maybe everybody knew each other.
Is Pryor going to try to make us feel sympathetic?
And then
to
Chad goes
Chad?
on his mission. I don't know very much. You've gathered that. I don't know very much
Not so
about
much
the
his job, I'm
LDS
just
faith.
wondering, like,
Goes off on a mission, comes back.
I don't think he's going to be able to
This
get,
is not
make us feel
a
sympathy
mission
for
where you
Chad.
gain worldly
Yeah, yeah.
experience. It's not a mission where you gain insight into all of the unusual things or the challenges that people have in society. Things that many of us experience who maybe grow up in larger metropolitan areas or maybe even big cities or other parts of the country where you get an opportunity to experience other things. This is small town living. And he meets Tammy Douglas, and they get married. And they're married for 29 years. And by anybody's definition, anyone's definition, Tammy and Chad raised 5 wonderful children. 5 beautiful children.
Maybe my definition and his
Very
definition
deep in
are
their
a
faith.
little bit different.
Very deep in their commitment to family. And we can say maybe Tammy was the driving force in this. Tammy was the glue that created these wonderful children. But it doesn't just take one parent to do that. You don't raise 5 wonderful children, 5 amazing children with just one parent's input. It takes 2 parents to do that. It does take 2 parents to do that. And they did that, much like they shared in the Springville Publishing Company together.
What if there's a single mother
Yeah.
on the
They
stand
did all
there?
of those things together
What
and
a
built this
dick.
life.
Like, it's not.
And Chad wrote
it's
these
making it
books.
worse. It just
And
it's
again,
making
I
it
told
worse.
you before, you don't have to agree with what he wrote about, but he wrote books about
But you
things
just
that
disparaged all single
interest him.
mothers.
And Jason William, Steve Schultz, Emma. Jason talked about Chad that, and Steve Schultz talked about Chad, deeply involved with the Boy Scouts, deeply involved with his church, a member, a secretary to, and I cannot remember the words and I will hack him if I say that, but deeply involved with the integral part of his church and his belief. And as Jason William talked about it, he said, remember this when he said, December, Christmas time, something changed. Something changed. What changed in December? Chad got this trajectory that was changing his trajectory. You can judge someone by their past and predict how they're going to be in the future, unless there's an interjecting trajectory that maybe changes the plan. And that trajectory that bomb that came into his life was a woman who previously had been married 4 times. And that bomb brought chaos to Chad Daybell's life. And this worldly man, no, not a worldly man, no experience, the only girlfriend, the only woman, 29 years, from the mission to marriage to 5 kids.
So if he
He doesn't
found
have a
another
lot of
woman that was
experience
crazy,
dealing with
he would kill again.
Relationships,
So yeah, we need to
dealing
have the
with
death penalty so that he
how to
never gets
interact
out
with
and finds
people.
another woman that will make him
maybe
murder
being
children again.
manipulated.
So
And we can argue this
that's
all
not a
day
great
long.
argument.
But when it comes to personal relationships, he wasn't a worldly man. And on the other hand, the trajectory that's coming through, the trajectory that's flying into this 29-year marriage is a woman who didn't have 1, 2, 3, 4 marriages. That's worldly experience. That's a lot of things. There's a lot of things going on there. And then it all changes. The amplification of these religious beliefs, these crazy thoughts, this crazy trail of things. And you've made your decision, and I'm not going to go back on that. But look at where he was. And in Jason Williams' own words, Christmas 2018, what changed? What caused this change? We know what caused the change. You've seen all the evidence. And when I went through the voir dire process with you, I used an expression, and some of you may remember this. I don't know if I used it with all of you. I said, everything that glitters is not gold. Lori Vallow glittered. She was not gold. She was the trajectory that changed the plan. You don't go back on 29 years of marriage with nothing as far as a speeding ticket. Raising 5 wonderful children, that takes 2 parents to do that. And then this trajectory comes in and chaos hits, and all of these things start cascading, and this thing becomes very complicated and difficult, easy. And this small town boy from Springville, Utah, who's residing on a farm with his wife and his family close by in a wonderful community of Rexburg, has this bomb dropped. Suddenly chaos ensues. We have to look back at that, because when you start talking about how do you predict the future, you go back looking at what the past was, and you examine what Chad Daybell's past was prior to the bomb being dropped, the Lori Vallow bomb being dropped on Chad Daybell's life, and suddenly all of this stuff changing. And you evaluate that and you look back and say, is this a person? If it wasn't for that trajectory coming in and changing the path, is this where we would be going? It's not where we'd be going. Path's changed. But you judge what's capable in the future by what you've seen him do with his family, his friends, and this small knit community of Springville, Utah, and raising these 5 absolutely wonderful children. Thank you.
He keeps saying those wonderful children, but I don't think the world feels that way.
All right, that'll conclude
Or I don't
the
think the people
opening
of Rexburg feel
statements.
that way.
I don't
This
think anyone feels that way.
point of the proceedings, then, the state is entitled to put on evidence in support of aggravating factors. Does the state intend to put on any evidence in support of aggravating factors?
No, Your Honor.
All right, is the defense going to put on any evidence in support of mitigation, Mr. Pryor?
No, Judge.
All right, at this time, the next stage of these proceedings then would be for the state to introduce any victim impact statements it may have. Is the state going to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well, you can commence with victim impact statements. The court would note they are governed by statute, somewhat limited in scope, and I believe counsel has tailored these to comport with the statute. So with that in mind, Ms. Blake, if you'd like to call in order your first impact statement victim.
The state would call Ron Douglas.
Very well. Okay, if you'll give us just a moment, we're making sure the cameras are situated so that they are not recording victims in this case.
Yeah, good point, Anna. Good point, Anna.
I'm also going to note and reiterate that instruction. These statements are not under oath, nor are they subject to cross-examination. So, Ms. Blake, once you're ready, you can elicit any statement Mr. Douglas may have.
Your Honor, may the state remain seated.
Yes, you may, Ms. Blake.
And Mr. Douglas, I'll just let you know, the microphones are directional. So if you angle it kind of up under your chin, it will probably pick you up the best. And my intent, Your Honor, is simply to ask a few questions and have him then read his statement.
I think that's appropriate. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
Would you please state your name for the record?
Ron Douglas, that's Douglas.
Mr. Douglas, which victim in this matter are you related to?
I am Tammy's father.
Have you prepared a statement today?
I have.
Would you please read your statement for the record?
Before moving to Idaho, she lived 1 block away. It was difficult for us when she moved. We'd had daily interactions with her and the children. After they moved, we drove to see them for all of the children's weddings and graduations. Our last visit in Idaho with them was in March of 2020. My wife made me promise to return and visit the kids after she passed away. My wife passed away last June. The tragedy of the case has harmed our family's relationship with the kids. I will remain open to rebuilding a relationship with them. It makes me angry, and it destroys me to know Tammy was treated how she was. I find it comforting to know that Tammy is resting peacefully in Utah, buried alone, and near her beloved mother.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas.
All right, you can go ahead and step down, Mr. Douglas, and I'll have the state call its next victim for an impact statement.
Your Honor, the next victim to present an impact statement will be Kay Woodcock.
Very well.
Yeah, Falcon, I agree. That the father here is a really sweet man
Thank you.
because he could have said a lot worse.
Mr. Wood.
You know, he's just hurting.
Ms. Woodcock, we know you've already testified in this case, but can you remind the jury which victim you were related to?
Am related to JJ Vallow. He was my grandson, and Tylee Ryan is my step niece.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement, a victim impact statement today?
Yes,
Will you please read that for the jury?
sure. Today is an incredibly difficult and bittersweet day. I am filled with pride as I remember and speak about what an amazing grandson we had, and grief-stricken at speaking about how devastated I am at his loss. I sit here today, try and explain the immense pain that me and everyone in my family continues to endure daily. But how do I do that? What words carry the strength and impact to really ensure you feel the joy and love that JJ created and the impact of his death? There aren't any. No words can truly describe and fully demonstrate the depth of pain his death has created in our hearts and our lives. The loss of a grandchild is immensely painful under normal circumstances for any grandparent. The death of a grandchild at the hands of another brings pain that is indescribable. If you remember, JJ was born with the name Kanan Todd Trahan. He was born May 25th, 2012. He would have celebrated his 12th birthday just a few short days ago. I will call him Kanan while I talk about his first year of life because that is who he was then. He was born a fighter, 10 weeks premature, weighing in at a tiny but mighty 2 pounds and 14 ounces. Minutes of being born, from minutes of being born, he was transferred to a hospital with a neonatal intensive care unit where he spent weeks fighting to grow. He was about 2 hours old when I saw him for the first time. Seeing him, I knew he was my grandson. He was the mirror image of my son, Todd, his biological father. Todd has always loved him and always will. Canaan's death has changed his life forever. While he was in the NICU, I was only able to see him for a few minutes at a time until I was notified he would be released to us within days. 25 years since I had a new baby at home and never a preemie with all their special needs. Larry and I didn't hesitate immediately. We said yes. The only place we wanted him to be was home with us. The night before he was discharged, I spent the night in a little room next to the NICU, talking to nurses, learning things that our little preemie grandbaby would need. The next day, it was time to leave. The nurse brought a wheelchair in and said, "Have a seat. We'll get you out of here." I looked at her, perplexed. I said, "I don't need a wheelchair. I can walk." She let me know that it was hospital policy. I sat in the wheelchair, took Kanan in my arms, and was wheeled out of the hospital like a new mama. I felt so much pride for this little baby who had not only overcome being born 10 weeks early, but also being born with illicit substance in his tiny little body. He was ready to come home well before he was expected. And my pride in him knew no bounds. We knew then that he was a champion and so special. That day began an amazing experience of raising our cherished little man. While Kanan had been in the NICU, he spent much time hooked up to machines and monitors that he didn't get snuggled all day, every day, like a typical newborn. The noises and routines of the NICU were gone, and it was such a huge change for him. His first night home, I bathed him. He cried so hard, and I cried along with him. My heart was so heavy with the disadvantages he was experiencing through no choice of his own. My husband, Larry, who is Pawpaw, asked me to give Kanan to him. He placed Kanan on his bare chest and wrapped his robe around him, gently breathing on his head until he stopped crying and fell asleep. It became a daily occurrence, part of our routine. He would hold him for hours so Kanan would feel loved, comforted, and secure. I saw my husband in a new light, seeing what type of daddy he was to a newborn. It was like Kanan made us young newlyweds. Larry jumped in, feet first, and did all the things a new father should and more. It made our relationship grow and gave us new strength. Kanan was our strength, and we were his comfort. His first 6 months, we went to countless doctor appointments for his host of medical problems. We went to appointments with doctors for his heart, kidney, urology problems, speech, occupational therapists, and regular pediatricians for the things that every baby does. We were always on the move, going from one doctor to another, constantly working to ensure he thrived and grew. That, along with loving him, was our number one priority. At each appointment, it was pretty much guaranteed I would cry. It hurt so badly to see everything he was experiencing, not only from being born prematurely with drugs in his system. The decision was made to place Kanan with Charles and Lori after they approached us with their desire to have a child of their own. We agonized over the decision, but knew from our past interactions with them that it was the right one. Charles and Lori were granted custody a few short months later. It was then Kanan became JJ. It was happy and devastating at the same time. We loved raising him. We gave all our love and energy, ensuring he grew, thrived, and knew what unconditional love. That time was priceless, and his growth and milestones were evidence of our love for him. But we knew this was the best decision for his future. to have siblings and access to the types of schools and services we didn't have available in Lake Charles. When he left, I felt a grief that can only be compared to the grief of losing someone to death, which is now a feeling we all know too well. We barely made it 30 days before we were standing on Charles's steps, ready to love on our baby. When the door opened, there he was in his little baby walker. I saw tears in his eyes at seeing us right along with the huge toothless grin. It was clear that he missed us too. Before I could take a step, Larry swooped him up in his arms, and at 11 months old, he wrapped his tiny arms around Larry, laying his head on him. The connection was still so strong. We never lost that special connection with our sweet little man, and we were always his love, comfort, and safety. It is soul crushing that his energy and adventures. Oh, goodness. Wait, hang on. I made it a few months before I had to get to my JJ. So in November of 2014, I made my first trip to Hawaii, quickly returning once again in December with Larry. We would visit about every 4 to 5 months because it was such a long trip to Hawaii from Louisiana. One we were happy to make, and we stayed for as long as possible, normally 10 to 14 days. We needed to soak up as much JJ time as we could. I remember one trip in the winter of 2015, JJ stayed home with me while Charles and Lori went to church. I was making a big pot of gumbo. I had to bring a little bit of Louisiana to Charles, and JJ was excited to help me. We pulled up a stool and he poured in ingredient after ingredient. I can still see him standing next to me, intently pouring chicken broth in the pot. Afterwards, he climbed on the counter and just watched, taking it all in. It is a memory that I will always cherish and dearly hold on to. During our visits, Charles or Lori would comment on how JJ would do things with us that were a stark contrast for them. He always awoke at the crack of dawn, never sleeping any later. When visiting, we would have JJ sleep with us. He would sleep until 9 or 10 o'clock, which astonished them. There was never a doubt. He had an innate and unbroken attachment to us. Each visit, no matter where they lived, Lori always expressed her deep appreciation that we gave them the greatest gift ever. That is just one part of why this causes so much pain. It is a betrayal that can't be explained. JJ was incredibly smart. He was reading on a middle school level by the time he was 4. I remember being in a store with him on the aisle with eye drops, and there he was reading off the labels: Visine, Cysteine, antihistamine, one long word after another. I hadn't seen him do that before, and I was blown away. He was brilliant. He would occasionally stumble on a syllable, but we took the time to go through and help him figure it out. But wow, the amount of awe I was in still makes me smile and feel the same pride I did that day. As he got a little older, he was enrolled in a private academy in Arizona, which focused on every aspect of educating and empowering children like JJ. He loved his school and they loved him. It was there where it was discovered another level of brilliance JJ possessed. I remember when Charles told us he was a math savant, he could calculate anything. I continually wonder what he would have become, what type of man would he have become. Not only was JJ smart, but he was also fun, a very contented child, healthy, compassionate, and empathetic. JJ didn't show his empathy and compassion. I had to chase him down for those kisses. Instead, he showed his empathy and compassion with gentle touches and soft tones when he spoke. He would constantly stop to ask people if they were okay, if he could see they were hurt. His world was fascinating and exciting due to his huge imagination. He would put on concerts for his stuffed animals under our enormous tree, playing the drums on buckets, pots, and pans. The joy he exuded and shared can't be measured. I loved watching him, taking him in and seeing how he approached the world. I never got enough of him. Now I've had all I will for the rest of my life and only have memories. When Charles and Lori married, Tylee was 3 years old. She was the most precious, blonde-haired, blue-eyed little girl. Tylee was an absolute mama's girl, which there was never a doubt. I was thrilled to have a new niece, especially one as sweet as her. Larry and I were driving to Austin, Texas to visit them on one of many visits, and we passed a roadside stand selling swings made from old tires. I saw one that was a horse complete with a saddle and stirrups. I grabbed Larry's arm and said, "Stop, we have to get that for Tylee." Her brother Colby and stepbrothers Cole and Zach were always around her. She needed something just for her, and she loved it. Tylee was 9 years old when JJ became her little brother. She loved him so incredibly much, and he loved her right back. She doted on him, and he loved every minute of attention he got from his big sister. That love is displayed in the last photo taken of them together at Yellowstone, both grinning and hugging each other. As a big sister, Tylee would put notes on her bedroom door, one being, "Do not enter." As you can assume, even though JJ could read and interpret words and their meanings, it didn't mean he listened. After all, isn't that what little brothers do? He would burst into her room. She would laugh, tease, and tell him to get out. I think she did it on purpose just to joke and play with him. It was hilarious to see them interact and warmed our hearts seeing them together. JJ adored our niece Maddie. On her 8th birthday in October of 2020, we were celebrating and singing happy birthday to her. The glow of the candles shining on her face, the huge grin that kids get during the singing hit me like a truck. I took the keys from Larry and went to the car and just bawled until I could compose myself enough to rejoin the party. It was the moment I knew that JJ didn't get his 8th birthday song, and it broke me. It was just so wrong. He didn't get to have that joy and feeling of love and celebration of his birthday. It is now grief that we are confronted with yearly, a stark and blaring reminder that we are never going to be able to celebrate that joy with him again. We never know when one of those moments will hit, but I can tell you there have been too many situations in the past few years where we were slammed with the fact that JJ won't hit another milestone. JJ loved school, loved his families, friends, and cousins, especially his cousin Braxy, Brandon Boudreaux's oldest son. Those two had such a special bond and love for each other. There were so many lives he touched that feel the immense pain and loss of him being gone. 4 of our grandchildren, near JJ's age, often tell us how they love and miss him. It is heartbreaking to have a conversation with an 11 or 12-year-old. How do you make them feel okay about it or safe? So yes, this is our life now, trying to comfort our other grandchildren while they try to comfort us. The constant question remains, who would he have become? What kind of man would he have been? Would he be a famous scientist with incredible math skills? Would he be, what would his amazing imagination have bloomed into? Would he have been the next Albert Einstein, Steve Jobs, Tim Burton, Elon Musk? We will never know. But we do know how incredibly special he was to us and now to countless others just by looking around this room. I can't express just how much I wish I could have more time to create memories with him and with Charles. There's a hole in my heart and the hearts of every member of my family that can never be filled and will remain for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you. The state can call its next victim for an impact statement.
Next, we'll have Matthew Douglas, Your Honor.
Very well.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please state your full name and then spell your last name?
It's Matthew Ronald Douglas, Douglas.
Thank you. And if you wouldn't mind, would you pull your microphone up just a little bit? Thank you
Okay.
very much. Would you tell the jury who you're here to talk about today?
I'm here to talk about my sister Tammy.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement?
Yes, I did.
Would you please read that statement at this time?
October 19th, 2019. For me, that is when this tragedy starts. But it is by no means its actual beginning. For me, and my own segment of the Douglas clan, I can speak to the pain that started on that date and how it only grew as more and more things in our lives were upended. To those I speak to, I have come into this ordeal far into the timeline of things and have the thankful luxury of hindsight and having information neatly presented or as neat as life can possibly hand you in these circumstances. You're all on the outside looking in. For those of us directly affected, who you'll hear from or may have already, we're finally getting to let our voices in some capacity finally be heard in a meaningful manner, and we lived it. Often, minute to minute, hour to hour, day to day. For my little family, which for a family of 10, who am I kidding? It's not little. And especially for me, it has been a nightmare that you feel never ends. A continual cascading escalation of what's next. Every time I felt I started to grasp an element of control, if such a thing can exist, of my grief over the loss of my oldest sister, something new came along and ripped it open. Hearing from your siblings that your brother-in-law has remarried and kept it from your family weeks after the fact. That's painful. Hearing the day after our family Christmas party, the first without her, that her body had been exhumed, and at the time not knowing the depth of why. That is gut-wrenching. And then the world goes upside down and topsy-turvy further. Like you're being caught in a cheap holiday snow globe, thrown about and feeling like everything is obscured. Missing kids? Wait, there were kids? Now my brother-in-law and his new bride have fled from Idaho to Hawaii for what? And everybody at this point knows the evidence presented, the details big and small, many I still can't wrap my head and my heart around. the chain of events more clearly than I need rehash. Things happened so fast. We often learned of things from news or social media before we could be contacted formally by law enforcement. I always felt sorry for the moments that happened to whichever detective or member of the prosecutor's office we'd hear from. Because news moves fast these days, and it is often far outside their control to warn us before we learn of it. From heartless media jackals looking for a sensational story. Thankfully, there's still good people that still exist in that profession too. And as unorthodox as it may seem to find a silver lining and small blessings for, it is kind-hearted, truth-seeking journalists who didn't blindside us and the victims' families or think we were just a quick quote to misuse to their ends. Because finding out things in real time that directly impacted and destroyed your family was never enjoyable. Finding out how much deeper the rabbit hole went in this with no consideration for our pain and the continued impact on us all. I don't wish that on anyone. And yes, I said destroyed because losing Tammy, who to me was the emotional heart and glue of our siblings group, was a slow and steady destruction of elements of our family as we knew it. Mom was so heartbroken that it only seemed to accelerate and compound her chronic health issues, especially her 30-plus year battle with leukemia. We lost her last year, just a little over a week away from now. It'll be a year on June 8th. As she seemed to finally be ready to lay down her proverbial sword and shield after a tumultuous spring of emotions tied to it all. I still remember the last normal conversation I had with her just 3 days before Mother's Day, when she went into the hospital for the last time and then was sent home on palliative hospice care until she passed. Mom isn't here today. And by no means am I her voice in anything, nor is anyone. She was uniquely her own. I can speak to the impact I saw secondhand on her of losing Tammy. We often joked in the last few years that I was her emotional support human because we both understood the things about a life of chronic pain and health issues. In some of our tougher conversations, we were open and honest about how much her being gone affected us. Mom missed her dearly every damn day. I miss her, but not the pain and the heartbreak she was in at the end, because she had long ago earned that reprieve. Tammy's kids cut off contact with a lot of the Douglas side of the family for years after everything, and in some cases still do, in choosing to defend their father. I stand by their freedom to associate. Our freedom to associate is important to us as a society, but it is often a measure of a person by who they choose to or not to associate with. Having them not standing by their mother hurt. If they ever want to rectify that position or reconnect, they know where their uncle lives or how to find out. I'm not hard to find. Family ties were broken. To put it simply, the loss of Tammy revealed true natures and behaviors of family that perhaps previously were dismissed, hidden, or ignored blatantly. This isn't a place of grievances, but to explain the impact losing your sibling's heart and glue has. When masks come off and people are so true and real to themselves, for better or worse, that some recognize that things aren't healthy and it's time to fix that. It's painful creating boundaries with people in your life. Yet you're really raised to believe you should fight like hell to protect and love dearly. But it's also healing, at least on the outside of the boundary, but things will never be the same. And Tylee and JJ, two kids I never knew existed prior to all of this, and to whom me and my family are now forever tied in tragedy too. I have kids. Close to their ages. To say, even though I'm not related to them, I'm not impacted would be lying. Larry and Kay and all of your family. For me and mine, our hearts have hurt with you. As I've seen yours hurt with ours over Tammy. We've been grateful to the fact without your tireless love for those children, would we even be here now? And you've been a voice for my sister when often others wouldn't have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, the state would next call Annie Cushing.
Okay, very well.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Rickson, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Annie Cushing, Cushing.
Can you please explain for the record, are you related to one of the victims in this case?
I am. I'm Tylee Ryan's aunt, Joseph Ryan's sister.
And as you came here today, did you come with a statement that you'd like to share with the jury?
I did.
Do you have that with you?
I do.
Would you like to go ahead and read that now, please?
Sure. Thank you. I remember getting a call from my brother Joe in 2002 to tell me he had gotten married, converted to the LDS faith, and was expecting a baby. Joe had been the perennial bachelor of the family. In his 40s, never married, and no kids. So this was very surprising news. He wanted to fly me out to meet his new wife. They were both so excited to be having a little girl. They had already picked out her name and were well ahead of schedule, buying the best of everything this little baby would possibly need. A couple years later, we vacationed together as families. Joe was the quintessential first-time father. Every developmental milestone Tylee achieved, convinced him all the more she was clearly a child prodigy. He was also convinced she looked just like him and would find excuses to refer to her as Daddy's little girl. Truth be told, Tylee actually looked more like her mom's side of the family, which I never told Joe. But on the inside, she was so her dad. She was always dressed like a princess and had an arsenal of hairstyles that she chose from each day. But once she learned to talk, she would let you know what she wanted and was prepared to negotiate those desires like she was finalizing a legally binding contract. Even as a little girl, Tylee knew what she wanted, and we were all her humble servants. Fast forward to 2018. I flew out to Phoenix. I flew out to Phoenix after my brother's death and was able to reconnect with Tylee. She was intelligent, clever, funny, sarcastic, and had the voice of an angel. She would just walk around the house singing. She would eventually take her love for singing to the karaoke platform Smule, leaving behind breadcrumbs for those of us who loved her and the thousands who would come to love her. But I could also tell she was depressed, and I desperately wanted to reach her to let her know I wanted to be in her life as much as she would allow. We just happened to connect on pop culture. We'd referenced ridiculous memes and viral videos, and her mom had no idea what we were talking about. So Tylee and I would take turns explaining the references. It was the first spark of connection, our common ground. Our second was over questions she had about what I did for a living. Oddly enough, her dad and I were both analysts, so I think it felt safer for her to ask about my world than her dad's, since any mention of her dad was a trigger for her mom, and she hadn't seen her dad in a while. I even told her that if nothing else, she definitely had the personality of an analyst. Facts were very important to her. Case in point, her mom, who was braggadocious and never let facts get in the way of a good story, was telling me about one of Tylee's academic achievements, and Tylee corrected her on a relatively inconsequential detail her mom had overstated. I teased her afterwards and was like, dude, who does that? You couldn't have just let that detail slide. And we had a good laugh. But to Tylee, I think if it wasn't accurate, it just wasn't meaningful. She was exacting, just like her dad. My last night in Phoenix, we were supposed to have a girls' night out, but her mom changed her mind and said she was going to bed. It turned out to be the best gift she could have given me because it was the first time on that trip Tylee and I actually had time alone to connect. We enjoyed some small talk and foraged for food, but then I took a calculated risk and decided to share some things that I thought were really special about her. First, let me say, I've watched a lot of true crime over the years and know the tendency of family members to apply a halo effect to their loved ones after they pass, especially if they were victims. But after I left, one of my adult kids reached out to me to see how I was doing. We had an extended text message exchange about my time in Phoenix. And I talked about that interaction, which memorialized it. I just happened to find it in the course of the case. And I was like, no one's going to believe this actually happened. Everyone's going to attribute this to the Dateline effect. So I've actually published it publicly. For context, I had shared details about some of the conflict in the home leading up to this snippet. I wrote, Tylee opened up to me the last night after Lola went to bed. I feel trapped. I connected with Tylee, but don't want anything to do with Lolo ever again. And for this next snippet, I had shared some details about an outburst Tylee had toward her mom after she had said something grossly inappropriate about her dad. I wrote, "She was this angry, resentful, sarcastic teen the entire week. Then we talked alone, and she was putty. She was so sweet and genuinely responsive to the genuine positive feedback I gave her." There's a picture of Tylee floating out there where she has the same sweet smile I saw that night. It had a vulnerability to it. It's my favorite picture of her because here she was, this walled garden, and in that interaction, she let me in. Even if it was just a step past the threshold, that brief exchange was the highlight of that week for me. Since learning more about her story, even up to that point, I completely understand why Tylee wasn't quick to let anyone in. Excuse me. By sharp contrast, according to Alex Gilbert, the defendant's neighbor who testified, he said Tylee didn't like people. That's not true. She wasn't ever angry or disrespectful in any way toward me, and I was there less than a week. We got along swimmingly. Now, his reported follow-up statement about her not liking him, that tracks. She was not one to suffer fools. I also found out in that chat she loved New York City. That was my open door. So I lobbed the idea of flying her out for her 18th birthday over the fence, and it was a hit. As I said in that text exchange, I was done with her mom and her extremist beliefs, but I thought there was a chance I'd have the opportunity to develop a relationship with Tylee that wasn't dependent on her mom. I planned to show her the best views that tourists don't know about, walk the High Line together, get real pizza, take her to the rotating restaurant in Times Square with breathtaking 360 views of the city, and let her reconnect with my daughter, who she hadn't seen since she was little. Her 18th birthday couldn't have been further from this celebratory event I had imagined. Excuse me. As her remains had been recently discovered in the defendant's backyard. Getting back to our last time together, I want to be fair. That trip certainly wasn't all bad. There were also some very sweet moments between Tylee and her mom, moments of hilarity and a fun outing. I also didn't see anything concerning with JJ. Everyone was nurturing and protective of him. JJ, like his big sister, didn't let just anyone in. I had no idea if I'd be able to connect with him. I was fascinated by this little boy who had a wild imagination and the closest bond I've ever seen a child have with a dog. Bailey was his constant companion. But with JJ, as more of an outsider, your interactions felt more like moving alongside him rather than engaging directly. So I was looking for, any possibility of our worlds to kind of cross. To that end, one thing I noticed was JJ didn't just watch TV. It was like an immersive experience. He'd be talking to the characters, commenting, imitating sounds, especially explosions. He loved imitating explosions. Time shortly after that, his mom and I were talking in the kitchen next to the island. It's germane to the story. As a function of JJ's autism and unbounding energy, he'd run in this one circuit, which included the area just on the other side of the island. And their house at that time was palatial, so it was a pretty significant circuit. But on one trip, he broke out of his circuit and without slowing down, ran into the kitchen and into me, throwing off my balance a bit because I wasn't expecting it. Without a word, he hugged me and kept on running. I stood there stunned and asked his mom, "Was that a drive-by hugging?" I was so touched because it was the first discernible indicator that we connected. That night, as she was putting him down for bed, I heard him ask her, "Will Annie be here when I wake up?" Again, we never interacted directly in any way, but he recognized presence. So like Tylee, I didn't know if our worlds would ever collide in any meaningful way, but I believe that love is a universal language that's somehow communicated between sincere hearts. Just a month after that visit, Tylee wrote in an Instagram post on her mom's birthday that she had, quote, won the lottery with this one as my mom. So I believe there was hope for them to one day be able to set up some healthier boundaries and find peace. But just 4 months after that post, to the day, that would all change. That was the day her mom met the defendant. It was the spark that eventually would set so many of our lives ablaze. This case has been death by 1,000 cuts. Each detail that would come out over the past 4 years was just another cut. Sorry. It's taken a toll on my family, my health, and my overall perspective. And it felt like the world had become a more dangerous place. Just a little peek behind the curtain. There was one time early in the case, Tylee and JJ were still missing, and the city was in lockdown because of the pandemic, and police were out en masse because of protests and riots in the city. It was like the whole world had gone mad. But I had gone for a run through Times Square, which looked like a ghost town with a sea of mental health billboards. When I passed a corner newsstand, there was a picture of Tylee and JJ on a magazine cover with a heart-grabbing headline. Seeing that against a backdrop of what looked like a post-apocalyptic landscape made it all the more surreal. But to be clear, it's still surreal. It always will be. If someone had told me in 2002 that in 20 years' time, Joe and Tylee would both be dead, and I'd be swept up in a criminal case around Tylee's murder, I wouldn't have believed it. Tylee had her whole life ahead of her. She had dignity, she had dreams, she had goals. This defendant stole all of that. To close on a high note, a Greek philosopher once said, "The wheels of justice turn slowly, but grind exceedingly fine." I believe that has happened in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, we've had a question raised. We might ask the marshal if there's a box of Kleenexes at the witness stand.
Sure.
And Judge, could we have a sidebar for a minute as well?
Yes.
I was gonna say this to you off microphone, but New York City at the time, and like I just like the idea of that is she put that image in your head so brilliantly. I can't being in New York City in lockdown with all the Black Lives Matter protesting,
Yep.
taking a run, and then coming around a corner and seeing your niece on a magazine. My God.
I mean, just the surrealism.
I know. It's just unbelievable. And he's just sitting there drinking water. Jackass.
Didn't deserve water.
Yeah, yeah.
This is rough, guys. How's everybody doing?
something that I can never reconcile. That is the impact on them, an impact that will echo through their lives. My twins, now 4.5 years old, are far too familiar with death at such a young age. Our once strong and joyful family bonds have been bruised and broken. I have always been so grateful I married into a big, loud, close-knit family. From day one, I was Aunt Kelsey. Tammy was truly my sister, and I cherish the relationships I built with each of her children, my nieces and nephews. However, the relationships with our nieces and nephews, once filled with love and laughter, are now incredibly strained and painful. My children do not know their cousins. The joy of family gatherings, Sunday dinners at grandma's, running around the neighborhood with their cousins, all the things that made our family vibrant and united are now lost. I cannot overstate the closeness, the bonds, the depth of relationships that have been shattered. My children and Tammy's grandchildren are growing up missing out on the essential family connections that brought so much richness to Tammy's own children's lives. I desperately hope these relationships can be repaired. The toll has been profound. My mother-in-law passed away last year, and the strain from Tammy's death and the severed relationships with her grandchildren took a monumental toll on her health. She passed without fully repairing these relationships, a reality that I cannot accept. Reflecting on these past 4.5 years, every joyful moment is overshadowed. Memories are tarnished, especially those of my children's early years. We've sought counseling, we've leaned on our family for support to navigate through trauma and grief. But we are exhausted beyond measure. Tammy's murder is the direct cause of our suffering. Pain, fractured relationships, and unhealed wounds are all part of the aftermath. This is the legacy of anguish and sorrow that will haunt our family for generations. Thank you.
All right, if the state has another victim to have an impact statement offered, we can do that at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Ben Douglas.
It's interesting how different states do the victim impact. I've seen other states where they show them on camera doing it. Their victim impact. This is interesting that they're having everyone be off camera.
You can proceed.
I think it's to
Thank
give them
you.
their privacy.
Mr. Douglas, can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Benjamin Douglas, Benjamin, Douglas, Douglas.
And can you tell the jury which victim in this case you're related to and how?
I am Tammy Daybell's youngest brother.
Thank you. Did you prepare a statement to read today?
Yes, I have one.
If you could do that now, thank you.
October 10th, 2019, I became a father of twins after years of my wife, Kelsey, and I struggling to have children. We started the current chapter of our life. Just 9 days later, on Saturday, October 19th, 2019, exhausted as a parent to newborn twins is, I received a phone call from my sister Samantha informing that our sister Tammy had passed away overnight. I was in shock and physically unable to move out of that bed for hours after, sobbing and wondering why this had. I had seen her just a few weeks previous when she stopped by our home alongside my parents, bringing gifts for the twins and excitedly saying that she had been hoping they'd show up in time for her visit. My children only know their Aunt Tammy from pictures, stories, and grave marker that they frequently request to visit. They only know their dad as someone dealing with great amounts of grief and anxiety, and I only know how to parent as someone fighting through the tidal waves of loss, media coverage, texts, phone calls, and at-home visits from reporters. The amount of sleepless nights I've had from raising twins pales in comparison to the nights I've been kept awake by nightmares of someone close to me hurting my children. The amount of damage, having trust that was built over decades of family time, completely broken, does to an individual is unmeasurable. The pain of not just losing your sibling, but to have their children, my nieces and nephews, completely alter their relationships with me is excruciating and a lasting hurt. Instead of there being a collective healing and grieving process, there is still ongoing damage and pain. Where there should be love and comfort from close family bonds, there are now major fractures that I can only hope will one day mend and be made whole. I miss sharing our birthday month, which now feels hollow and empty. I miss my sister. Thank you.
All right, if the state would like to call another victim to make an impact statement, you may do so.
Honor, could we approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, we have a victim who wants to
All right, thank you,
bludgeon
counsel. We've been
Chad with a rock.
going
Is that
some
allowed?
time at this point. In lieu of lunch, however, we do just want to take a restroom break because I'm not sure that there's too many more. However, I think it is a good time to stop and give everyone a break for a moment. So we'll take about a 15-minute recess and come back on for additional victim impact statements.
All right, please.
These are really tough. The victim impact are tough to sit through. I can't imagine what it would be like to have to get up and say something like that on the stand.
Yeah, I mean, I thought your voice was someone in the courtroom.
Your Honor, I politely request that sidebar where we can bludgeon him to death.
I'm going to bring case law. Manafort versus the state, in which one of the witnesses was blinded to death. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we're sitting here just crying. These are tough. These are tough.
I haven't been emotional. Like, well, let me rephrase. I haven't been saddened by anything in the, that I've heard so far in the trial. But
It's always tough. It's always tough. And when Colby, when he gets up there, he's a tough one to listen to. He's one of the ones that he's lost everything from this cult. He really has. He lost his 2 siblings. He lost his mom to this cult, and he's still trying to work his way through all this trauma.
And that's one of Lori's children?
Lori's oldest son.
Okay. Yeah. We also lost his mom.
Yep.
I mean, it was her that did it, but still lost
Yeah.
her mom over
Yep.
this as well. So
he's a lot of raw
he doesn't have anything.
anger, over all of this. You didn't hear some of and I don't know if they did it. I don't think they played those in this trial. It was specifically for Lori's trial, where Colby is screaming at her, where is Tylee? Where is JJ? And she does that bullshit thing. They're in a safe place. What do you think I've done? Well, I'm sorry. The bullshit that my mom used to pull on me.
I've heard that one before
Yeah.
too. Yeah, I heard that one. Because all he cared about was, well, no, I wouldn't say that's probably all he cared about, but what he was after was just making sure the kids were safe.
Right.
That's what everybody wanted. And that's why, this whole idea that Chad was just this, country boy until this,
until Lori came along.
Until Lori
it's
came
all
around.
bullshit.
Yeah.
It's all bullshit. He was traveling, and someone put that.
It was Anna that said that.
Anna said, yeah, and I think even there were reports that he was hitting on Melanie Gibb first, too. So he was looking for an affair. He wasn't some country bumpkin, because, he grew up or lived in 50 miles south of Salt Lake City, but Salt Lake City, they moved to Salt Lake City. Ogden and they said they lived in Ogden. Ogden was not, it's not
Metropolis.
It's not, but there's a little bit.
I've been to Ogden.
You've been to Ogden.
Yeah.
There's a little bit there.
Yeah.
It's not country.
No. You could drive through those areas, but it just seemed like a town.
Yeah.
To me. No. Sorry about that. I'll use my more sarcastic voice. That's hilarious.
I think it's a stupid argument, but they really have nothing. They have nothing at this point.
Well, and I honestly, he probably told Pryor, don't even say anything.
Yeah.
But I'm agreeing that this seems like that if he doesn't admit to it now, then there's nothing for him to go back on later.
Right. Well, that's the crazy Lori. Have you heard the Lori at sentencing? Her.
Seriously, my kind of humor.
Yeah.
That's why you're here, right?
Right. Have you heard the Lori sentence? Where she says, people die and Tammy's my best friend and Tammy came. Oh, we need to do a reaction video to that. Because it's crazy pants. But I was hoping that Chad.
Wait a minute. You were saying that what Lori said was crazy?
Yeah.
Shocked.
I know.
You can't see it right now, guys, but I have a shocked face on.
Yeah, he's eating bonbons. He's sitting there eating bonbons.
Yeah. I'm just having a hard time with the mental reset right now.
The victim impacts really affect me.
Which is, I guess, the point, but also it allows, the sentencing to show like how much ruin that they've caused.
They've caused so much ruin. Just the Douglases getting up there and saying, you've ruined our family, and now we don't even see the kids because they've cut them off completely. And that's part of that cognitive
You're
dissonance.
talking about Chad's kids, right?
Chad's
Yeah.
kids, yeah. Of that cognitive dissonance that they have they've chosen their side. And by choosing Chad, he's been on the cat cam.
There. That'll help the situation a little bit.
We need a cat cam refresher. We got to get rid of those.
The
that
wires.
light. That fan light.
But it's a cat, so that might help.
But he really has caused so much pain and suffering.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, well, and it's. Love
Yeah.
cat cam, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah, I think Emmy should have a guilty conscience. So should Garth.
yeah.
Yeah. They do. They've clearly chosen Chad and ignored their grandparents on their mother's side and ignored their mother.
Yep. Yeah.
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 But we don't know about the other three. Like what it.
That is true, because the only two that we've really heard about is Emma and Garth.
Yeah. Well, all 5 of them were in that stupid 48 hours thing. But
Have you guys actually seen the 48 hours interview?
where'd we find it? On Hulu? I think it's on
I
Hulu.
believe it's on Hulu.
It took us forever to find.
Yeah.
Oh, we finally found it.
Yeah. Maybe what we can do is see if we can find a link to it.
I don't know if
And
they-
put it somewhere. I'll give it a try. Yeah. So we wanted to watch it before we talked about Emma. Before we did the reaction video to Emma, was because what Nicole had seen was that there was some inaccuracies. I'm going to say inaccuracies at first, and then when we watched it, they were just flat out lies
Mhm.
about, and even Garth was saying things differently in the 48 hours interview
They did it on stand.
than he did on stand. And then Emma, just like,
She was gross on that, the
Yeah.
48 hours too.
yeah,
She was like walking on the property where the children were found.
like
and
2
with,
feet away from where
with no emotion whatsoever.
and he had to try to pull it out of her. Like, how are you feeling right now? And she's just like, sad, just, oh, this is bad. Like, it was such a weird.
It was very weird. But
Mhm.
so far we've heard 3 different stories from Garth on what happened with his mother.
Mm-hmm.
The 48 hours, what he said on testimony, and what he said to McKay,
Was that his friend? Yeah.
his friend at the haunted house.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So do we.
We get angry. Yeah. And I bet the Douglases do too. It sounds like they're,
Well, it sounds like the entire town is getting angry
oh yeah.
about seeing them too.
Oh yeah.
They don't go to church anymore because the church doesn't want them around because they don't believe them.
Yeah.
They've just pissed off everybody. And it if they were doing the right thing, I can guarantee you that town would be like, I'm so sorry what's going,
Well, they
what
would
you're going
have
through right now.
the absolute support of Heather Daybell, the pot stirrer. Like she would support them completely.
Yep.
But I bet they've cut her off too, and
Yeah, they cut everybody off. And I'm just like,
they would have to. That's the only way that they could survive is by living in that bubble.
yeah,
We're talking, and then there's a cat up there cleaning himself.
Yes.
it's just the weirdest live stream ever. We're like crying and laughing, and there's a cat, and
yeah. The cat's there. He's our emotional support animal right now.
Yeah.
So, until he scratches you, and then you you get pissed off at him. Then you love him again. He's our cult leader, I guess. He does all this bad stuff to us, and we just keep feeding him. Oh, I can't be mad at you.
yeah, me too. Me too. I want to be dark.
Yeah. Well,
We are definitely dark.
again, What does that mean?
I don't know. They keep talking about the visions of glory. So I'm conflicted because several people have said cover the visions of glory. But that would mean I would have to read the book.
Mm.
And I don't want to give money and read something like that.
Ooh, I will.
Do you want to hijack it?
Yes, I'm going to get a boat that attacks other boats for money. I'm going to be one of those people and download it. Oh my God.
Well, I know a cat just jumped down. That was weird. So is that, there's like us for like a second. We're in our pajamas.
Buy it used.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I like you're going to get a boat.
A boat that attacks other boats.
That attacks other boats.
Yeah.
I get it.
Well, I would say the employment opportunity of someone that is on a boat that attacks other boats.
Oh, yeah. I saw his headline. What is it?
A YouTuber I follow called Reporting Live
From My
My
Sofa.
Sofa is doing a book club and reading. Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
I told you about him. He's a great YouTuber.
Oh, yeah.
He's fabulous.
That's right. Yep.
He covers a bunch of different cases. I don't think he's far from us. I think he's like up in North or South Carolina.
That's cool too.
He's a fun guy.
You have to visit his sofa, which has got its own weird connotations.
He's a good YouTuber. He's new on the scene. He's only been doing it for maybe a year, maybe.
Nice.
I don't know. Seems like he just popped up.
Nice.
No. We just started, literally.
You know,
he's very funny.
You know, though, I was thinking about it.
Going to CrimeCon?
Yeah, or like the cons. I think I would enjoy it.
I would love it. Maybe next year we can go to CrimeCon. It would be but literally I got laid off April 18th, so this is all brand new for us.
Yeah. And so we're hoping things move quickly right now.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you're gonna find the only piece of plastic in the entire room and attack it and eat it, aren't you? You do have issues, don't you, Kat?
He wants his own podcast.
He wants.
Everybody's got their own podcast.
Everybody's
even
got
my
their
cat.
own podcast. Oh my God. So one of the Facebook groups that are on, I know we're kind of going off topic, but I think just trying to not think about what's going on right now in my mind is what's working for me, because we're going to get right back into it again. But one of the Facebook groups are like, the guy was like, don't start another podcast. There's way too many of them. I'm like, everybody has a story to tell.
Yeah.
You know, like we were talking about the Hearts woman. And I keep forgetting the term murderous hearts.
Mm-hmm. The one she just testified.
Yeah. And I keep thinking about her.
Mm-hmm.
And she has such a good story to tell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I just wish that she didn't have to.
Yeah, her YouTube is so funny.
Mm-hmm.
And she's, I love what she did for Hermosillo. And she's like, Hermosillo is like walking down the road and she's like, doo doo doo. Like he's like,
Yeah. Thanks, guys. We appreciate it. Thank you, Mace. Yeah. Nicole has always said, we need to do something because we're always funny. Like we make each other laugh. I honestly, we probably wouldn't be together if we didn't make each other laugh. So, comedy, and not just comedy, but making fun of like life is important to us. It helps us kind of survive.
But I was raised in a cult. So cult stuff is always I'm always involved in it.
Yeah.
I mean, forever. I always kind of keep track of what's going on.
Yeah.
And I was following the case, Lori's trial through other YouTubers.
Right. Laugh or cry. Absolutely. Anna.
Exactly.
Yeah. And Falcon, thank you for that too. Mace, we do appreciate it. And honestly, like where we're at now versus from April is amazing. Like,
Yeah.
not what we were expecting at all. We expected some growth, but nothing. Like we're 520 subscribers now, and that's just amazing to us.
Yeah.
So And like every time I get a new subscriber, I always think about you guys and like how much you've helped us, and it's been great. You know,
Well, it's
it
good
sounds
to-
cheesy, and I always hear YouTubers say this, and I always like, shut up, you're full of it. But it's true.
Well, it's a good way to stay busy in an area that I already have interest in, that I was already following.
Yeah. Yeah, the algorithm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so one of the things that we try to do, and this is what helps us, and I think I'm piggybacking on what you said, is just trying to keep busy, but also is like every day we try to learn something new, whether it's about true crime, making a podcast, doing videos, marketing, whatever it is, like just trying to learn as much as we can to help the channel grow. And so we got in right at the time when YouTube podcasts shut down and the YouTube algorithm was pushing podcast content to the forefront. And the second is that they've changed their algorithm in the past couple of months, about the same time we started, that is now pushing smaller channel content to people's timelines more often. Because it used to be that unless you were like, Mr. Beast or one of these big groups, that you would never be pushed. Your content would never hit someone's timeline. So now you're seeing like channels that have like 2 subscribers and terrible videos just showing up in feeds. So it's YouTube giving people a chance. So I think we got in right at the right time. Like it was just miraculous that when we started, when we did. I think it's helped the channel as well. So that's very cool. Okay, actually, I think I'm gonna go get myself a drink while we're on break, and I block all the big YouTubers. Small accounts unite. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm glad you found us too. Carl stepped away. We are in the Eastern time zone, so it's 2:30 here. Here's They should be back by now. Didn't they say 15 minutes? Feels like it's been 15 minutes since they took a break. I feel like it's been 15 minutes. It's just been quiet since you left.
Has it? So the one thing I think I did hear before we left was that they didn't have many other victim impact statements left. So.
Really? Wow. I can't believe Chad would be laughing. What in the world would he be laughing at? I don't know if you noticed this. Did you see Boyce grab a tissue? He did grab a tissue.
So which one's Boyce?
Boyce is the judge. Judge Boyce.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because he has a human heart.
Mm-hmm. You found my stash of Dr. Pepper.
Where they were. I know where your stashes are.
Oh, that's where they've been going.
No, this is my first one. No, seriously, this is my very first one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had
I feel like I'm on the stand here, Your Honor.
a Dr. Pepper
have
hidden.
I have proof.
Because like
It wasn't hidden well. I've been through them many times. I haven't drank much Dr. Peppers lately. God, look
Still
at
in
you
my
like
Dr. Pepper.
blaming me for your Dr. Pepper. You've been hiding Dr. Peppers from your family.
Because they go missing. Yeah, they're like
Oh, I love
they're
the
out
cream
there.
soda one. Yeah.
they're gone in a minute. We have a teenage boy and a teenage
Oh my
girl.
God.
And our teenage boy is
He'll go through that. He'll go through a 12-pack in a day
yeah,
if you let him.
he eats everything. And then recently he got food poisoning because he didn't heat up some spaghetti,
Spaghetti.
appropriately.
But he also ate enough to feed 3 people.
yeah, he ate the whole thing.
They're
Yeah.
drinking with Dr. Pepper. Falcon, I'm sorry, disagreeing with you here. Disagreeing with you. Dr. Pepper is much love, and love should be shared among your family members.
Yeah. Here are the dark ones.
That's why we don't drink Mr. Pibb in this house.
Exactly.
We like our drinks to have a college degree,
A PhD.
a PhD.
He's a doctor, not that kind of doctor.
Yeah. I was about to say, you don't know what kind of doctor this is. He could be like a psychologist.
That I got nothing. I got nothing. You asked a serious question. Well, definitely Colby is going to be doing a victim impact, and Colby's is going to be really emotional. But beyond that, I don't know who's left, unless Larry Woodcock,
Yeah, because we're not going to get anybody for
Chad.
Chad.
No, he said there was not going to be anybody, which is shocking.
Yeah.
And then maybe is Chad going to give a statement, or is he not? Is he going to waive that right also?
If what we're thinking is true, where he's not gonna have anybody for him, and he's not gonna testify, or not testify, but he's not going to give it a
Statement.
a statement. Thank you. Yeah, then he's so that they could appeal it later. I don't think that he's gonna say anything. Oh no, Maze, go right ahead, because we watch all the same channels. So
Who is it? Brew?
yeah. Oh my God. The channel Brew has an episode about how spaghetti killed a whole family. It's dangerous. Yeah, it's like fried rice syndrome is the same thing, because if you don't refrigerate it well, and then reheat it well, all the individual noodles and stuff like that can cause bacteria.
So that's what happened to him.
Oh, yeah.
That's what happened to him. He didn't reheat it properly.
But then he also ate
And then
again
he
3
ate the
times.
whole
Yeah, he
thing.
ate 3 times the amount that a grown man should have been eating as well on top of it. So
He's like, I was hungry.
yeah, he was rough. Those were rough 3 days. He never gets sick.
And
He's-
now he won't eat spaghetti anymore.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
like, I'm not.
he did one night afterwards. But now
But
he
then
won't eat. He won't eat leftover spaghetti. Free colon.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't a colon issue. It was the other way, and yeah,
It's not good.
it wasn't. It was not a fun morning for mom and dad. That's for sure.
And then he was like, I need to stay home from school for a week.
4 days. He stayed home from school for 4 days because of it.
And we had let him stay home from school one day because he said he was going to get into a fight or something. And then he got sick, and then
Yeah.
that was rough week.
Yeah. The immune system is indestructible.
Definitely is. Yeah. Yeah. And that was the first time I think he's ever really had food poisoning like that.
He's eaten food that's given me food poisoning, and he went, "What's wrong with you, Dad?"
Yeah.
And I'm
he
like,
doesn't get sick very
doesn't
often.
get sick.
So this was a new feeling for him, and he milked it forever too.
Well, yeah, yeah, because he's a Martin. So the other thing about him too is like he understood, because he goes, I think it was the spaghetti, And I think it's because I didn't heat it properly.
Mm-hmm.
He immediately
He
put
knew.
those two things together.
Back to the fried rice.
Yep. Yep. So it's the, I don't know if you guys know about the fried rice syndrome as
Yeah, you
well.
were just talking about it.
Yeah, I'd mentioned, I don't know if they actually heard it. Or,
Yeah, they did.
yeah. Yeah. So it's just like, just heat up your food. It's like, and the thing is like, I had never even heard of the fried rice syndrome. Like, never heard of it as a thing. And then someone was breaking it down. It was like one of those, because I love watching those science food channels.
Like that
kinda
brew
thing.
channel.
Oh, you've definitely had that once. Oh, wow. Yeah. And I'm just like going, fried rice can kill you? I'm like, oh, come on. That was my first thought. And then they explain the science and I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. So it's not just, we're going off like on tangents now. We're talking about fried rice. It's not just storing it, but it's also like letting it cool down. It's when you put it in hot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is the issue. Same thing and I think we did that with the spaghetti. We
Yeah.
put it in hot.
Yeah, we just put it in there and then
Yeah.
he didn't properly hit it back up.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it is.
I think been more than 15 minutes now.
It's got to have been 30 minutes. They really take long breaks.
Maybe one of the bailiffs was punching him because he was laughing.
Yeah.
I don't know. For some reason, I just feel violent tendencies towards Chad right now.
There's some reason. I don't know why.
It's a very odd
Can you
feeling.
believe, like, we've been at this for 5 years. I mean, not covering it,
But
following it for 5 years. And finally, we have a resolution.
yeah.
And I think when Colby gets up, it's going to be really emotional too.
Yeah. Or we're going to be laughing because he's going to be so angry and just be yelling at him constantly.
Yeah. Yeah. I noticed that too. I was like, Colby's gone.
Probably
And
couldn't handle it.
yeah.
Like being in the room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a weird situation with that. That I don't think you know about. The whole weirdness around Lori Vallow. She accused Joe Ryan of abusing Colby,
Mm-hmm.
and Colby backed her up and said he abused her. A lot of it feels coerced, like she implanted that into Colby's.
So Lori said that Colby abused him. What?
No.
Who abused
Okay.
him?
I'm going to draw this out for Carl. Okay. So Lori was married to Joe Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
Now Lori had a son named Colby
Okay.
and a daughter. And then the two of them had a daughter, Tylee,
So she had already Colby from another.
from another marriage or
Okay.
relationship. And she accused Joe Ryan of abusing Colby. And then Joe Ryan died mysteriously.
Right.
And Colby said that Joe Ryan had abused him.
Right. And that could be true. I mean, it definitely could be true.
I don't know. It feels a little weird.
And so she's in Arizona. She's going to be on trial soon, or is on trial already, but for which husband? It's like
For Charles Vallow.
Charles Vallow. Okay.
And that's JJ's dad.
Got you.
So each child has a different dad.
Right. Husband A.
Yeah.
Husband
4.
Oh my
Yeah.
God. And
No,
so Chad was husband 5.
Yep. Yep. And Joe Ryan and Charles are both dead. And then there's 2 that are not dead, but I don't know their status, where they're at or where they are.
Feeling lucky.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So Colby might have gotten up during Joe Ryan's sister's testimony and then came back because the way that Lori lied and the way that she was such a narcissist, it feels like she could have implanted that stuff into Colby's head. It could be true, or it could be that she created those memories for him.
And too, you know how the brain works, that, you get into, the brain fills in blanks and gaps.
And if you've got a really strong-willed parent that is telling you this is how it is.
Or minor things, right? Like I don't have to say to you that your dad abused you, but I could say something else that the only way that you can interpret that and force your brain into it is it's inception is basically what it is.
And she was super manipulative and strong. And I think that's why Tyler and her fought so much.
Yeah.
Is because she was so manipulative.
And Tyler probably could tell that she was a horrible human being too. But
probably. But, when you're raised by a narcissist and you're 17, you just don't know. You just don't know. You just think that that's how all parents are. Yeah. And it takes years of being away from a narcissistic parent to kind of wrap your head around it. And sometimes even then, like sometimes I'll look back on it and think, no, it was okay. Then you're like, no,
it was really bad.
That was wrong.
Yeah.
That was wrong. And
that's one thing I can say is my parents were definitely not narcissists. Definitely not. They were definitely not. Well, mom wasn't caring, but that wasn't narcissism. Or was she actually? Now that I'm thinking about it, she could have been a little bit. She definitely have like some sort of like autism.
Yeah, I think your mom is on the autism spectrum. Yeah. Definitely. And I think that's like genetically where.
I'm so glad it skipped a generation.
Kidding. God. You say it, not me.
And all I can think of is, cool, Star Wars.
You are on the spectrum.
I am the spectrum.
That shit's biological.
Yeah.
But like, I never could understand your mom until I was like, no, she's definitely on the spectrum, and that makes sense. Yeah. Why she is the way she is.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool, definitely.
Star Wars. Marvel.
We joke about autism a lot because we live and breathe it.
You're saturated in it.
We are. Everything.
I think there was a day too that I'm like, wait a minute, I think you're autistic, and you're like, the doy. Just all different parts of the spectrum.
Yep, we are all neurodivergent.
I guess we're the rainbow family.
We are.
Okay, I feel better now. I needed that. I needed to get that out.
Well, we were laughing about the TikTok cult, the one, yeah, right. Sorry. It's my autism. Yeah.
I've been using your excuse for everything lately.
Yeah.
Sorry what I said when I was being autistic.
Yeah. Oh my God. That group, the
I'm
farm.
actually wearing my cult shirt too.
Yeah, he does. Not the shirt from Cults to Consciousness, the one that's like the best shirt ever. I'm sorry for the things I said when I was in the cult.
Yeah,
like that's the best shirt they ever came up with.
That is awesome.
I love what they do. Yeah.
It's catching. I think I'm getting it too.
Yeah, we all are.
The cult of autism.
Yeah. And our cat,
Who's
Winky,
the leader?
Winky the cat.
Winky.
Winky the cat. He's the cult leader.
The rules over us all. Sorry, I didn't pay my taxes. My cat told me not to. I give all my money to my cat.
It's my cat that didn't pay the taxes, not me. He's the leader. We're just here. It is his calling. Yeah.
Yeah, we cannot be accountable for our actions. But the cat, he can.
You hold the cat accountable.
Yeah.
He's always fucking her shit up.
Oh. Excuse me. Oh, man.
So the cult that on TikTok they kept calling those kids that they were in a cult from the farm.
Oh,
That were
right.
the ones that
right.
were, and I watched that the farm if they were a cult or not. It was just so stupid. It was so stupid.
Have you guys seen this documentary about the farm?
Is it called The Farm?
Uh,
Yeah, we've
I
got
have 3
two.
cult leaders.
We've got 2.
How does that work? Well, Falcon, apparently they're not very good, are they?
Was it called The Farm?
I can't remember.
American.
But Falcon, they also say too that cats have a like a organism that lives inside of them that makes it doesn't that goes into mice that makes mice walk up to cats, and it's the same microorganism that has affected all the humans
It makes us stupid.
and makes us like it kind of makes us stupid and like obey cats like yep, that's it. My God, you knew that. Maybe we all are autistic.
Yeah. Oh, definitely we are. That's for sure.
Yeah. I think I have it.
Yeah.
Well, what were some of the symptoms too? They can hear you. Falcon, blink twice if you're in a safe place.
Where did ours go?
I don't know. He's probably
Jumped away and then ran off.
ripping up our furniture or something like that. And you guys haven't even seen our other one. We have another cat named Mia.
She hides.
Yeah. She has a small head. We'll just leave it at that. Blink, blink. Okay, you're safe. Good.
What are they doing in there?
I like sometimes I wish I would know, but then other times I don't know if I want to know more information about.
It was supposed to be. He
15
said.
minutes. He said 15.
He said quick bathroom break.
Yeah.
And then that was it. So the show is called Inside the Garden, Cult or Commune Inside the Garden, which is so stupid.
Yes, cult and commune.
They were not a cult. They were just a bunch of hippie kids.
I think
They were.
They were a wannabe cult.
They didn't.
What about the Viking guy?
He wanted to start his own cult.
That's what I'm
separate.
saying. He wanted to be a cult.
He wanted to be in a cult, but the other kids, they were, and that's why he was getting so frustrated because he wasn't joining a cult and he wanted to join a cult. And what he got was just a bunch of hippie kids that didn't know how to.
So where's the cult leader? We don't have a leader.
We don't have one. We do everything
Why?
by committee.
I came here for a cult leader.
He did. That show actually has a lot of funny parts in there, so maybe we do a reaction.
Maybe.
But it's so out of consciousness.
Yeah.
Like it just hit and then it was over because it was so stupid.
Yeah. You explained it to me, and every time you were explaining it, I was just like, what? Why is this a thing?
It's because a bunch of people got on TikTok and so it started for this one kid got on TikTok during the pandemic and was like, I live at the farm in Tennessee.
That's right, because they were doing the videos.
So awesome.
Yeah.
And you should come and live with us because we're and he's just a rainbow hippie kid. That's it.
Yeah.
And people on TikTok started complaining that they were a cult and it went viral and it went crazy.
But wasn't it the one where they
killed a cat?
Killed a cat, yeah.
They killed a cat.
Yeah.
And some person actually ate the cat. I don't know if they ate the cat or what
Something
they did with
happened.
the cat.
It wasn't,
It wasn't him that was
No,
on
it was that
TikTok.
woman. Yeah.
It was one of their people.
Yeah.
Because the cat was killing their chickens, and so they had to kill the cat.
Mhm.
Well, I don't think they had to kill it, but
No.
I don't know. I don't know why they did that. But then it was like, oh, they're a cult, and they were the farthest thing from a cult. Oh yeah, that's a good show too.
Oh,
Don't fuck with
yeah.
cats.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's more to that story, Falcon, than just she killed the cat. But that is what everybody said. Oh, they just killed a cat.
It was a feral cat. It was like a feral cat that was on the farm.
Yeah, and I don't know if they like directly killed it or indirectly. I can't remember the story, but when you told it to me, I was like, okay, it's still dumb, but it's not
There we
bad.
go. There we go.
And we're not going to talk
Thank you.
about
Ladies and gentlemen,
don't
the
F with
jurors
cats
are
because
lined
that
up,
one
so we'll go
pissed
ahead
me off
and
too.
remain standing, please, if we can have the jurors return to the courtroom.
In Falcon, yeah, that was kind of the situation too, was that everybody kind of focused in on that one thing instead of the bigger picture. And I think it was more that they found the dead cat and then skinned it and used the parts. It was just
I don't
it was
know.
just weird.
It was
It was
a
just
weird
weird.
story.
Yeah.
Oh, because we look like crap today.
Yeah, because my wife goes, okay, we're going to do this and no cameras. And I'm like, okay. Because that's what I just agree.
Whatever. We're just in pajamas.
Mace, you want to see us cry?
All right. Police Officer President County for you.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. I appreciate everyone's patience as we work through this process today. There's a lot of administrative matters being taken up while we're not on the bench, but we're moving things along at this time. I'll note the jurors have returned and are properly seated, and we are continuing with victim impact statements, and I believe the state has a few more victim impact statements this afternoon. So who's going to be calling the next victim up to the stand?
I will, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Beatty, you can call the next person to give a statement.
Your Honor, the next individual would be Colby Ryan.
Okay.
Colby, could you state your full name and spell your last name?
Colby Ryan, Ryan.
Are you here to talk about Tylee and JJ today?
Yes.
How are you related to Tylee and JJ?
Tylee is my little sister and JJ is my little brother.
Did you prepare a statement to read today?
Yes.
Would you like to read that now?
Yes.
Go ahead.
It is very hard for me to put into words what it means to have lost my entire family. I lost the ability to watch Tylee and JJ grow up. I lost my relationship with my little brother, which took years to build. Ugh.
It's okay if you need a moment. Take a moment if you need to. It's all right.
It took years to build to even have him be able to look us in the eyes. I lost the ability. Sorry. Sit with my little sister and talk and share our lives. So in short, I lost everything I've ever known. I lost the ability to share my children with them, or have my children have the privilege to know them and be loved by them. My 3 kids will never know the kindness of Tylee's heart. Or JJ's silly and goofy personality. But more importantly, Tylee and JJ lost their lives. Tylee will never be able to travel like she always wanted to, or have a family of her own. Or find herself in this world. JJ will never be able to spread his love or his light around the world the way he used to. The only way I could describe the impact of their lives being lost is like a nuclear bomb dropping. I will never be able to share her gifts with the world, or have all the people who love her get to hear her incredible laugh. Sorry. Ugh. JJ will never get to grow up. And share his one-of-a-kind personality with the world. And everyone who's lost him feels the void. It's not an overstatement to say that I lost everything. But more importantly, we all lost Tylee and JJ. I stand here today, motherless, fatherless, sisterless, and brotherless. The only course forward is to trust in Christ, knowing that He has them in His arms, and wait for the day that we all meet again. I pray for all of you who have bleeding hearts. Thank you.
You.
Your Honor, the state would next call Samantha William.
Very well. Go ahead, Mr. Wixom.
Thank you. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Samantha Gwilliam, Gwilliam.
And could you remind the jury how you're related to the victims?
Tammy is my sister.
And do you have a prepared statement?
I do.
Would you like to go ahead and read
Yeah,
that now?
I would like to. I speak out for my sister, Tammy Daybell, because she cannot speak for herself. She is dead. And others who were supposed to stand up for her, protect her, and love her did not. From the moment I found out that she was gone, I've never felt peace. In the first few weeks, I had a gut feeling that something wasn't right and that someone had done something to her, but I didn't know why. So many questions come up as a quick funeral is arranged, no autopsy and no answers. As we find out about a quick marriage, I smell a rat. As any woman does, I search out answers and dig through whatever evidence I can find. None of it was reassuring or good. There's still no peace to be found. We are questioned by police about missing children. And this uneasiness I had felt about Tammy's death only intensifies. We are notified that Tammy has been exhumed. And this is my first moment of maybe now I can get the answers I seek. But with the pandemic and exhaustive testing, I don't see results for a long time. My family sits in a limbo of not knowing why or what happened. In the meantime, there's a large investigation, many more questions. We are hounded by news reporters through phone calls, texts, emails, social media, and even with surprise visits at our front door. Still no peace. I am asked about a pet cemetery. And a few days later, I watch with the world as the bodies of two precious missing children are found on the same property where my sister died. I retched and sobbed over learning about JJ and Tylee. Two more victims and no peace to be found for anyone. When we finally get the long-awaited autopsy results, our worst fears are confirmed, and we know that she was murdered. We have spent almost 5 years waiting for there to be peace. My sister, Tammy, was my best friend. Before she moved to Idaho, we talked to each other almost every day, or saw each other almost every day. Her first year there was a hard adjustment, but she made a place for herself there and was a great member of her community. Tammy was a force for good at her school, influencing children, making friendship with others, and being a person you could count on. Pardon me. She loved being a mom, and especially a grandma. She was so excited to be part of their lives. She was content and happy. Her and I had made plans that when we were old that we would live next door to each other. We helped raise each other's children. We were excited for the future. My last visit I had with Tammy is the last time I have felt any peace. I would not be a good sister if I did not defend Tammy as well. She was made out by some in this court as if she was lazy and fat and dying from an illness. Look at me right now. I am the same age as Tammy was when she died. She was in better health than I am right now. Do I look like I am dying? It is not a crime to be a middle-aged woman trying to be healthy and still play a video game or eat fast food occasionally. My sister was ripped from our lives. Because of her murder, we lost a beloved mother, grandmother, sister, aunt, and daughter. She is irreplaceable. She started with one grandchild and missed seeing the next 5 that would be born. They will never get to know her. But when Tammy died, that is not the only thing that we lost. Her absence created a void that is unmistakable. We used to have a close relationship with Tammy's children, but now our relationship is strained, and some of the kids that I helped raise no longer speak to us. My mother passed away last June. She had to spend the last of her years separated from these same grandchildren for no fault of her own. My mother declined in health while still not having peace. Her passing was marred by the fact that Tammy's children chose to not participate in her funeral. The lies, deception, and murder have ripped our family apart. We do not feel peace. I am not a dark person or a zombie, and for me and my family to be portrayed this way is unacceptable. I am tired of being vilified, so there is a reason to not listen to me. I stand for truth, and I don't lie. So know as I say this now, my sister should not be dead right now. She should be here alive and smiling with her family and friends. She should be doting on her grandchildren and taking care of her animals. It is a cruel world that has taken her from us. We need to feel some peace for the first time in 5 years. I miss my sister every day. I will grieve for her for the rest of my life. I speak up for her now because she needs a voice. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I wonder if part of the Idaho court system is part of this victim
Earl,
impact. You
does the
can't
state have
yell
another
at.
victim to make an impact statement?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Michael Douglas.
Like you just can't scream at someone, even if they deserve it.
Yeah. Other states, victims can go up there and yell at the defendant.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe it's this part of this death penalty phase. They can't do it. I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. She was like one of the first that actually stood
She
up for
did.
Tammy.
And said what we've all been saying.
You can acquire, Ms. Blake.
Thank you. Would you please state your name for the record?
Michael Douglas.
And are you related to a victim in this matter?
I am.
And who is that?
Tammy.
How are you related to Tammy?
I am Tammy's sibling.
Did you prepare a statement for today?
I did.
Would you please read that?
I will. I am Tammy's older brother and the oldest of the Douglas siblings. My experience and the impact this has had on me has been profound. The day Tammy was killed, I received a phone call, and I looked down to see Samantha's name, and I answered the phone. Good morning. Samantha said, "It's not going to be." It turns out she was right. I was in shock, and after the funeral, I drove to Idaho the next morning to be at her Idaho memorial. When I left, I called my wife and told her something was off. I tried to keep everyone from jumping to conclusions, mostly myself. I probably should have done more jumping. When we heard about the marriage, we were given a false date to lead us to believe that it had not been only 2 weeks. Then we found out the real date. I'd received a call from my Aunt Vicky and my cousin Julie, encouraging me to pursue an autopsy. I told them I couldn't because I was doing everything I could to keep my mom and dad alive. When we found out about the exhumation, I hoped that there was nothing to be found. I never wanted someone to be more wrong than I wanted Aunt Vicky to be wrong. But it was me that was wrong again. All of us were devastated by the exhumation, but especially my mother. She saw the exhumation as a desecration of Tammy's gravesite. Once Tammy was reinterred, my mom asked that we would meet again at the gravesite, and we did so, and held a family service. I then received a phone call from my mother indicating that there were 2 missing children. I remember where I was, what I was doing, and the exact feeling of Oh, please, no. Please don't let this be so. My heart sank, and I said to my mom, Mom, Chad told us they were empty nesters. Surely this is a mistake, not anything to worry about. Maybe they have them in hiding. Maybe there's something else going on. Oh, I was wrong again. People would come up and ask if the kids had been found yet when they would see me in public. And the stress and anxiety grew. And then the day came that the children were found. I broke into more pieces than I can count. I was at work, began crying hysterically, and had to be rushed into an office. I was surrounded by people that had figured out that this was coming long before I did. Hope was lost. I went into therapy, both talk and medicinal. My blood pressure went so high that my doctor prescribed something he'd only done 3 times previous in his long career. He was afraid I was having a stroke right there in the office and had an ambulance on standby in case I did so. When I learned of the results of the autopsy, I did not sleep for 6 weeks. The nightmare fodder that I have been provided will last me a lifetime. My insurance rates have skyrocketed due to the medications I started on right after the children were found, and I'm now ineligible for certain coverages. As the big brother, I felt and I feel like a failure. I failed to protect Tammy. I looked for a silver lining, as we do as big brothers, trying to set up some kind of a win. And none to be found. For the first time in my life, I was unable to function at the level I always had. Work, family, God, all of my relationships suffered. I had to be told by my therapist that I had already lost, that I would not find a win. I have mostly come to terms with that, but the loss is still so very raw. I now have an angry part that has become hopefully not a permanent part of me. People that have known me most of my life don't know who I am. They don't know what I'm going through because they are not the big brother whose sister was killed. I cannot tell you what my dad or siblings have suffered because I did not lose a child or an older sibling. The grief and suffering is unique to each of us, but has driven wedges of misunderstanding. If this were radioactivity we were dealing with, I would look to the half-life to see when the pain and suffering might stop. The half-life of this experience will cover generations and many lifetimes. The scarring continues and the painful things keep happening. I have likened it to being in a slow-motion train crash these past 4.5 years. Watching loved ones and myself, as well as total strangers, caught up in the disaster, continuing to be pummeled with no end in sight. Today, hopefully, that train wreck loses momentum and finally comes to a screeching halt. I helped to found a charity to honor Tammy's legacy and to keep her memory alive. We named it after her, and I have had many suggest that the name Daybell should not be there. That was her name. That was and is her children's names and her grandchildren's names and will continue to be. We have strived to stay out of the public eye,
to not do media requests, to not speak publicly about this. Because we have attempted to continue our relationships with Tammy's children, to be able to have relationships with her grandchildren, all of their families. We love them and care for them, but there has been an alienation that is as painful as losing Tammy. We have relatives, children that have joined the family that we have not been allowed to meet due to this train wreck that you're all part of. I have been robbed of the opportunity of growing old with my little sister, being grandparents together and teasing each other into old age. I have had my peace stolen, and I have to fight every day to be patient and kind with others and myself. I have had some that have seen my wounds and have attempted to exploit this time of anguish for their personal gain. This train wreck has brought out much good in many, but has fostered much evil in others. I have lost a large portion of my income, my creative energy, and my ability to be of service to others due to the general loss of energy and health that this has caused. I am wounded, broken, sad, angry, disgusted, betrayed, and looking for answers on the constant pain of grief and loss. We hope that after this is over, we can attain closure and healing and take the next steps to finding ways to heal and grow stronger from these wounds
This is
afflicted
Tammy
upon
Daybell's
us.
older brother,
Tammy,
Douglas family.
JJ, and Tylee have all been robbed of that choice and that chance.
All right, does the state have any further victim impact statements to provide?
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, at that point then, with the proceedings, the next inquiry the court would make is in relation to the defendant's right of allocution. Mr. Pryor, have you discussed with Mr. Daybell his right to make an allocution before the jury considers?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is Mr. Daybell going to make any allocution?
No, Your Honor.
Is that correct, Mr. Daybell? No allocution?
Wow.
Very well. That will
Wow.
conclude the submission of evidence and the right of allocution in this proceeding.
What
this
a
is
The next
chicken
issue
shit
the
ass
court will
what I
take
assumed
up
was gonna
then
happen.
is briefly reviewing the
Jesus.
final instructions that will
What
be
a
given to the
piece of
jurors as well as a
shit.
verdict form before they
I
retire for
think Anna nailed it.
deliberation.
He's gonna.
We do
This
need
is
to
all
take
gonna be
a
so that he can
moment
go
to review
into
those
an
with
appeals court
counsel outside of the
Nothing.
presence
and
of the
say,
jurors. They are
they had it all
prepared, so
wrong,
I
and
don't
I
think
never
this will be an
admitted to me
extensive
be
break,
doing
but
it
we will take a
and
break
never
here for the court
said
to go
anything.
through
So
jury instructions with
he's basically pleading the
counsel.
fifth.
Once that's concluded, we'll have the jurors brought back in for any closing arguments that may be presented by the state and the defense. So if all would rise for the jurors, we'll do that at this time.
So how long was this break? I was angry at Chad. Did you hear?
I did not hear.
Because he said he was going to testify, and then nothing.
Really?
Yeah. And then they were saying, all will be explained, everything will, and nothing. Nothing. It's got to be the death penalty then.
Chicken poop is right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please be seated.
What if they came back in an hour And we're like, yep, 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 yep.
Counsel, the
death
court
penalty.
has submitted
That's not
for
gonna
your
stop the
review sentencing
appeals.
Oh, no,
phase
no, no.
jury instructions. The court's already read several of the instructions to the jurors, and there are additional instructions. With our apologies, the numbering is out of order, which I'll explain to the jurors just in the manner of which we were putting these together today. But the remaining instructions that have not been read to the jurors would include instruction as labeled number 5.
Although it's listed as number 6.
Instruction
Number 6 should be number 1, which
9.
is Chad is an asshole. That's your jury instruction.
Number 10, 11,
I'm sure that's what how Judge Boyce feels.
Yeah.
12, 16, and we've got 14 and 15 is the order I'll be reading those in, and a proposed verdict form. So before I give these instructions to the jurors, I do want to have counsel an opportunity to indicate whether or not on the record there are any objections to the form of instructions. The court would note the Supreme Court just recently approved new criminal jury instructions for this
What is
sentencing
the death
phase,
penalty?
and the
Is it
court has
firing-
incorporated
firing
those
range in
wherever
Idaho now?
it was practical to
I
do
think it
so,
might
and they
be,
were not
actually.
in conflict with any previous given
mean
construction
in
or
Idaho?
instructions.
Ooh.
So
Yeah.
from the state, then I'm not sure who would address the court here. Is it Ms. Blake?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you reviewed the court's proposed instructions?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
Have you also reviewed the verdict form?
Yes, we have.
Do you have any objection to the form in which these are going to be submitted to the jurors?
We have no objection, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Pryor, have you been able to review the proposed instructions in the verdict form?
Yes, Your Honor.
As to the instructions, is there any objection to which these have been drafted by the court?
Judge, this has been objected, and I'm just going to make this a verbal objection, and that's going to be that the court applied the standard of reasonable doubt that you chose to apply based on a previous instruction to the jury before the Supreme Court came out with these decisions. However, the Supreme Court has noted that the instructions are to be applied immediately. And just I'm making this a verbal objection to preserve the record that the firmly convinced language of reasonable doubt is what I anticipated and expected to be included in not only the original instructions to the jury, but now the sentencing instructions. And I'll just make that a verbal objection.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Are there any other objections on the form of instructions or on the verdict form?
It's lethal
Nothing
injection.
further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Oh, is it?
It's
Okay,
primary.
well,
Okay.
Mr. Pryor, on that objection, I've considered that previously in the trial for the reason that we had already given the jurors a instruction defining reasonable doubt, and I didn't want to change midstream
Right now,
that
is he one of the most
definition,
hated
whether in this proceeding or in the
humans in
course of the
America?
trial.
I
I've
don't
stuck
think
with
so. There's
the
some others that are.
There's more.
instruction that's been used in Idaho for a long time. I have considered your objection. I am going to overrule that objection. And so the instructions that the court's proposed now are going to be provided. We'll give the jurors courtesy copies. There will be one original copy for them to take with them, as well as an original verdict form. We're going to get those jury instructions distributed at this time just on the juror seats. They'll be able to read along, and then I'll read through final instructions. And then if the parties have closings, you can take those up next.
All right. So what it says is, should the state not have the material ability to carry out the capital sentence through the primary method 5 days following the issuance of the warrant of execution, a firing squad is to be used. So if they cannot give him lethal injection 5 days after the issuance of the warrant of execution, the firing squad.
I thought it was firing squad.
Wow.
Because they're out of that medicine. Like that
They
medicine.
just got some 3 days ago.
Oh, they did? Okay.
Oddly.
Well, he's going to be on death row for all of his appeals.
Correct.
So it's going to be decades before it actually happens.
Yeah, because that was one of the things that came up. Idaho buys another round of lethal injection drugs 2 days ago.
Again, at the taxpayer's expense.
Mm-hmm.
All right, if those have been distributed, then we can have the jurors brought back in, please. Thank you.
Three doses is $100,000.
Wow. And how how much did these 2 trials cost?
Millions.
Millions
Mhm.
for these 2 individuals to do what they did. And not only that, she was defrauding Social Security also.
Yeah, their last execution was 12 years ago.
Oh, was it? Yeah, that's why this process it hasn't happened in a very long time.
Probably never happened in this court.
Well, yeah, this is the first time Judge Boyce has done a capital murder. And I still am not clear why Lori Vallow's capital murder case was vacated.
I don't know.
It had something to do with evidence and timing and something. I feel like that was kind of a travesty also. But after watching just a little bit of Judge Boyce, can you see his tells?
No, I haven't been watching him.
Okay. We could get a verdict back. Sentencing today. What time is it in Idaho?
Would be 1:30.
1:30. If they wrap this up. Wow. That would be wild. Interesting.
Yep, it was constitutional. That's what they were saying.
Thank you, Anna.
Here's our President County for you.
Thank you. Please be seated.
What's Arizona's death penalty?
Yeah, I don't think she's for capital in Arizona.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'll note on the record the jurors have returned and we are on the record. At this point, the court is going to read your instructions for this
Lethal injection.
special sentencing
Was relabeled
proceeding.
in 1976.
I've already read certain instructions and those will be included in your copies there. I will note that the numbers are generally out of order on these. Don't concern yourself with the ordering or if there are any gaps in numbers. These are the instructions you're to have in the way they are ordered by number. I'll also note that we'll have an original set of instructions for you in your deliberations. Please don't write on those or mark them up in any way, but you may make any notes if you wish on the copies you've been provided. So the instruction towards the middle of that packet I'm going to be starting with, where I haven't already read through, is labeled instruction number 5. And that's somewhat in the middle, following what I already read on instruction number 7. So instruction number 5 is as follows. You have now heard all the evidence in the case. My duty is to instruct you as to the law. You must follow all the rules as I explain them to you. You may not follow some and ignore others. Even if you disagree or don't understand the reasons for some of the rules, you are bound to follow them. If anyone states a rule of law different from any I tell you, it is my instruction that you must follow. No single instruction describes all the law that must be applied. You must consider the instructions together as a whole. In considering whether a sentence of death is justified, you shall not consider the race, color, religious beliefs, national origin, gender, or sexual orientation of the defendant or of any victim. You are not to impose a death sentence unless you conclude that you would do so no matter what the race, color, religious beliefs, national origin, gender, or sexual orientation of the defendant or victims may be. I have not meant by these instructions or by any ruling or remark I have made to indicate any opinion as to the facts of what your verdict should be. Instruction number 9, you have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder was committed for remuneration or the promise of remuneration or the defendant employed another to commit the murder for remuneration or the promise of remuneration. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, remuneration was a motive, reason, or impetus for the murder and not merely the result of the murder. Remuneration means payment or compensation. Instruction number 10. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. The terms especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel are considered separately, but in combination with manifesting exceptional depravity. The terms heinous, atrocious, or cruel are intended to refer to those first-degree murders where the actual commission of the first-degree murder was accomplished by such additional acts as to set the crime apart from the norm of first-degree murders. A murder is heinous if it is extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even enjoyment of the suffering of others. This statutory aggravating circumstance does not exist unless the murder was especially heinous, especially atrocious, or especially cruel, and such heinousness, atrociousness, or cruelty manifested
Hey, Falcon, they're
exceptional
gonna deliberate
depravity.
and come back. It
It
might be
might be
immediate,
thought that every murder
or they might
involves
take their time,
depravity.
but it's
However,
just like
exceptional depravity exists
the
only where
guilty
depravity
or
is
not
apparent
guilty
to such an
decision
extent as to
that they made.
obviously
It's the same
offend
for this. So
all standards
they're gonna
of
be they
morality
should
and
cut, and then
intelligence.
they might be
The
back in
terms
5 minutes.
especially
Following it.
heinous, manifesting exceptional depravity, especially atrocious, manifesting exceptional depravity, or especially cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity, focus upon a defendant's state of mind at the time of the offense as reflected by his words and acts. Instruction number 11. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the murder or circumstances surrounding its commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that by the murder or circumstances surrounding its commission, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. Exhibited utter disregard for human life with regard to the murder or the circumstances surrounding its commission refers to acts or circumstances surrounding the crime that exhibit the highest, the utmost callous disregard for human life, i.e., the cold-blooded, pitiless slayer. Cold-blooded means marked by absence of warm feeling, without consideration, compunction, or clemency, matter of fact or emotionless. Pitiless means devoid of or unmoved by mercy or compassion. A cold-blooded, pitiless slayer refers to a slayer who kills without feeling or sympathy. The utter disregard factor refers to the defendant's lack of conscience regarding killing another human being. Instruction number 12. You have been instructed that the state has alleged the statutory aggravating circumstance that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murder at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. In order to find the defendant guilty of this statutory aggravating circumstance, you must unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant, by his conduct, whether such conduct was before, during, or after the commission of the murder at hand, has exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. The phrase exhibited a propensity to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society, means conduct showing that the defendant is more likely than not to be a continuing threat to society. You may consider conduct that occurred before, during, or after the commission of the murder you have already found the defendant guilty of in this case. However, a finding that the defendant has a propensity to commit murder which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society cannot be based solely upon the fact that you found the defendant guilty of murder. In order for a person to have a propensity to commit murder, the person must be a willing, predisposed killer, a killer who tends toward destroying the life of another, one who kills with less than the normal amount of provocation. Propensity requires a proclivity, a susceptibility, and even an affinity toward committing the act of murder. Instruction number 16. The state has alleged more than one statutory aggravating circumstance in this case. You must consider whether the state has proven the existence of more than one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt by relying on the same facts or independent facts. The same facts, without more, cannot be relied on to find more than one statutory aggravating circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. Independent facts must exist for each statutory aggravating circumstance in order for you to find that the state has proven multiple statutory aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 14. I have outlined for you the rules of law applicable to this case and have told you of some of the matters which you may consider in weighing the evidence. In a few minutes, counsel will present their closing remarks to you, and then you will retire to the jury room for your deliberations. The arguments and statements of the attorneys are not evidence. If you remember the facts differently from the way the attorneys have stated them, you should base your decision on what you remember. The attitude and conduct of jurors at the beginning of your deliberations are important. It is rarely productive at the outset for you to make an emphatic expression of your opinion on the case or state how you intend to vote. When you do that at the beginning, your sense of pride may be aroused and you may hesitate to change your position. Remember that you are not partisans or advocates, but you are judges. As jurors, you have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate before making your individual decisions. You may fully and fairly discuss among yourselves all of the evidence you have heard and seen in this courtroom about the case together with the law that relates to this case as contained in these instructions. During your deliberations, you each have a right to re-examine your own views and change your opinions. You should only do so if you are convinced by fair and honest discussion that your original opinion has changed based upon the evidence and the law as given you in these instructions. Consult with one another, consider each other's views, and deliberate with the objective of reaching an agreement if you can do so without disturbing your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you should do so only after a discussion and consideration of the case with your fellow jurors. However, none of you should surrender your honest opinion as to the weight or effect of evidence because the majority of the jury feels otherwise, or for the purpose of returning a verdict. Instruction number 15. In reaching your verdict, you must first decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that any of the statutory aggravating circumstances exist. You must consider each of the alleged statutory aggravating circumstances. Your decision that each statutory aggravating circumstance exists must be unanimous. If you find that the state has failed to prove the existence of any statutory aggravating circumstance, or if you are unable to unanimously agree on that issue, then you must so indicate on the verdict form. If the state has failed to prove the existence of any statutory aggravating circumstance, you need not deliberate further. Merely notify the bailiff that you are done. The judge must then sentence the defendant to life in prison, and the judge must set a fixed period of imprisonment of at least 10 years during which the defendant will not be eligible for parole. If you unanimously find that the state has proven the existence of a statutory aggravating circumstance, then you must so indicate on the verdict form. You must also then consider whether any mitigating circumstances exist to make that imposition of the death penalty unjust. If you find that all mitigating circumstances are sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, or you cannot unanimously agree on that issue, then the defendant will be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. A life sentence without possibility of parole under Idaho law means that a person must spend the rest of his or her natural life in prison. If you find that all mitigating circumstances are not sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, then the defendant will be sentenced to death. You must decide for yourself whether all mitigating factors presented, when weighed against each statutory aggravating circumstance proven by the state, are sufficiently compelling to make the imposition of the death penalty unjust. You do not have to unanimously agree upon what mitigating circumstances exist. The existence of mitigating factors need not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You must each decide for yourselves whether mitigating circumstances exist, and if so, then consider them in your individual weighing process. Once you have reached a unanimous decision on whether all mitigating circumstances, when weighed against each aggravating circumstance, make the imposition of the death penalty unjust, or if you cannot unanimously agree on that issue, then you must indicate on the verdict form and notify the bailiff that you are done. All right, that concludes the instructions. As I mentioned, there will be a conforming verdict form that will be submitted for the jury foreperson as well. And the jury foreperson is to remain as the same foreperson that had that role during the guilt phase of the trial. So, counsel, at this time, then that concludes the court's instructions to the jurors. If the state would like to begin with a closing, you may do so at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Your Honor, if I may have use of the HDMI.
Yes. Ms. Blake, I'll just inquire on the record, but are there going to be any graphic images in this?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, labeling someone dark, lowering their death percentage, marking them for death. What is the appropriate measure of justice? On August 12th of 2019, Lori switched Tylee's Social Security payments to go into her sole, meaning Lori's sole, BBVA account. The first payment was deposited on August 28th of 2019. Less than 2 weeks later, Tylee was dead. On September 18th of 2019, Lori received the first payments associated with the Social Security that she and JJ were receiving because of Charles' death. Just 5 days later, JJ Vallow was dead. Lori found out that she was not going to get the $1 million life insurance policy on Charles around July 11th of 2019, and she messaged Chad to let him know that. But remember what she told Chad, I'll still get the $4,000 in Social Security. On September 8th of 2019, Tammy's life insurance was increased. Chad signed off on that application. Tammy was dead just a little over a month later, while the attempted shooting was almost 1 month to the day that she upped her life insurance. Remember, the multiple messages relaying the plan is for Chad and Lori to be together, alone on a beach, unencumbered by celestial obstacles. Unencumbered by earthly obstacles. Chad formed the plan. That plan included manipulating those around him to ensure that he could end up on a tropical island with Lori Vallow, who eventually became Lori Vallow Daybell. She was a woman that he deemed to have perfect proportions and to be a goddess. But in order to fund a new lifestyle, living on a tropical island and spending all your time with your new goddess lover, how do you fund that lifestyle? And how do you remove the obstacles to getting there? First, Chad taught others that he could determine whether someone was dark and or possessed. Second, he taught others that if someone was possessed or too dark, then the body had to be destroyed or die to free the person. Third, he started teaching those around him that he could determine death percentages. Essentially, this meant that Chad could mark someone for death and determine when it was their time to go. He exhibited that power to those around him. He exhibited that power of his self-proclaimed visions to those who believed him and followed him. When we talk about if the murders were committed for remuneration or financial gain, the defendant received $430,000 in life insurance money after Tammy's death, money that was used to fund his life in Hawaii with Lori. Lori continued to receive the Social Security payments from the kids whose bodies were hidden on Chad's property so that they could continue to receive those Social Security payments. The murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. What else could these murders be? Tylee, unknown cause of death, because of her body being burned so severely, there were charred bones, remains in a melted green bucket. JJ, cause of death, plastic bag, asphyxiation by a plastic bag over his head. Not only that, but he had tape over his mouth, a plastic bag over his head, tape around that bag, his arms duct taped from elbow to elbow, and then placed in a black garbage bag. He also had scratches on his neck, and you saw the last known video of JJ. Those scratches don't appear to be there. Tammy, cause of death by asphyxiation, manner, homicide. Tammy killed in her own home, a place where she should have felt safe. Her life extinguished. By the murder, the defendant exhibited utter disregard for human life. Tylee was only 16 years old. JJ only 7 years old. Tammy, a 49-year-old mother of 5. The mother of the defendant's kids. It didn't matter the age of the victim or who relied on them and loved them. If they were in the way of Chad and his plan, and or if there was money to be gained for Lori and Chad, those individuals were marked for death. The defendant, by prior conduct or conduct in the murder at hand, has exhibited a potential to commit murder, which will probably constitute a continuing threat to society. Again, 3 victims killed, all at different times. Again, the defendant determining who was possessed, determining the death percentages, and once again, the defendant determining when it was their time to go. And Alex Cox believing and trusting Chad 100%. Alex said shortly before his death, "I am worried I am going to be their fall guy." Another statement he made, either I am a man of God or I am not. Lori, when asked about believing Chad, if Chad is a Satan, he sure is a good one. Chad told more people than just Lori and Alex about people being dark. You heard of other people that were labeled as dark by Chad, including 12-year-old kids. The only difference is it was only those that stood in his way of his plan or who there was going to be financial gain from that ended up dead. Ladies and gentlemen, you will decide what justice is. at every stage of the development of the plan that resulted in the death of Tylee and her body being burnt, with parts still missing. The death of JJ, wrapped in plastic bags and duct tape and discarded in Chad's yard. The death of Tammy Daybell, who had her ability to breathe, to live, suppressed. Tylee was last seen on September 8th of 2019. JJ was last seen on September 22nd of 2019. Then Tammy was discovered deceased in her home, October 19th, 2019.
My name is Tammy Daybell.
At any point between these deaths, the defendant could have stopped, but he didn't. He continued to rate people as dark and zombies. He continued to determine death percentages, and he continued to move forward with his plan to ensure that he was on a beach with Lori Vallow, unencumbered by earthly relatives, earthly obstacles. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to consider what is just in this case in rendering your decision. Thank you.
All right, thank you. At this time, the defense may present a closing if you wish, Mr. Pryor.
Was in his defense that
Yes.
it's all Lori again? Lori. Chance had nothing to do with it. It's all Lori.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to go back to the indictment in this case. And the indictment accused Chad Daybell of espousing religious beliefs. And if you go back and look at the indictment, it talks one of the overt acts was espousing the religious beliefs to justify a killing.
Yeah.
One of the other overt acts is that they claim that Chad did a south-southwest wind direction. And if you look back at the indictment, you'll see that all of the other overt acts, every one of them dealt with, as far as JJ and Tylee are concerned, dealt with actions by Lori Vallow. When we talk about remuneration, let's go back and do a little history lesson. Let's talk about Joseph Ryan. Before Chad ever knew
He's not wrong.
Lori Vallow, the plan was set for Joseph Ryan and Lori to collect the insurance, the life insurance proceeds. The plan was already in place before Chad was ever even in the picture. And then we get the plan with Charles Vallow. And then I know I spoke to you at the time in my closing about Chad Daybell and the insurance for, that Lori was claiming to get on Chad. If you've made your decision, but if you look at the indictment, the allegations with Chad Daybell are not about remuneration or money. The allegations with Chad Daybell were allegedly religious beliefs and espousing religious beliefs.
So Lori
And the
was
time we
kill
spent
Chad?
on the screen was about religious beliefs that he claimed to have had and that he espoused.
Yeah.
This had nothing to do with money.
What?
Nothing to do with money.
Okay, well, hold on.
The
He's right.
insurance on Tammy Daybell, the
His religious
$300,000
beliefs
was
had
set
nothing to
in
do with money.
2002.
But you
Okay.
told us earlier
And the state
to
cannot
separate his
allege
religious.
that in 2002,
So now all of a sudden
Chad
it's,
Daybell
no,
had
let's
some
put it back
plan to
in.
collect insurance.
He didn't specifically say
When
in
you
there
look
that
at
you
the
kill people for
documents
money.
upping the insurance, Tammy Daybell upped her insurance because it was relatively cheap. But the reason Chad Daybell signed that document and signed off is because he was also getting $20,000 insurance. And the only reason he had to sign was because if you listen to what the real estate or the insurance folks said, is if he's getting insurance as well on himself, he has to sign. This has nothing to do with money. You found that there was murders. And I want you to read the statute and the directions and what the judge has presented to you as what you have to find in terms of atrocious conduct. And the judge specifically said there that if you find that there was a murder, that's not enough. You have to go beyond bounds of human decency. And if you look back at this case, if you recall, Chad Daybell was never present for the actual murder of Tylee Ryan. Chad Daybell was never present. There were many other people present for the murder of J.J. Vallow. And whether you believe or not that Chad Daybell suffocated Tammy Daybell, and it's as tragic as that is, that doesn't reach the heinous, atrocious conduct that's defined by what the judge is instructing you. And at this point, folks, I'm going to ask you to find that there was no conduct that rose to the level that the state is trying to present at this point. Thank you.
But that ignores the kids.
Yeah. Well, he's saying that he wasn't there when the kids were murdered and that he...
All right, that concludes the closing of the
It was not
defense. Does the
atrocious
state wish to
murder of
present any
Tammy.
brief rebuttal closing?
But that goes against
No,
the
Your Honor.
guilty
Thank you.
Yeah.
verdict.
Very well.
So, does anyone else feel like prior speech
That'll
sounded
conclude
something?
the
Oh, yeah.
special sentencing proceeding then. In terms of presentation of evidence and argument, the next matter then is the jurors will again retire to deliberate on these questions posed to them in these proceedings. I am going to, although already sworn again for the special proceeding, I'll have the bailiffs who will be holding the jurors during the deliberations. If you'd please come forward, I'm going to have the clerk administer the oath to you in terms of the deliberations. So,
Yeah,
Madam
I
Clerk, if
agree.
you'd please do that at this
It
time.
feels that way to me too.
What was that?
solemnly swear or affirm that
He's
you
going to
will
get the
keep
death
this jury
penalty.
together
I
in
think
some
so.
quiet and convenient place.
And they may
You
come
will
back
not suffer
quick.
any
Mhm.
communication to
I
be
mean,
made to them or
I
making
would never have
communications to
imagined
them
it,
yourself on
but
any
it feels
subject
like we
connected
could come
with the
back
trial of this
in the
case,
next hour
except to ask if they have agreed upon a
for the
verdict.
death
And
penalty.
upon their agreeing
Yep.
upon a verdict, you will return them into open court.
How
or upon
wild
the
is
order of the
that?
court, so help you God.
Because it was like weeks before
All right,
the
thank you, Madam
sentencing
Clerk,
for
and
Lori
thank you
Vallow.
to the
Really?
bailiffs here. The court will note, of course, that's the original
'Cause they-
12 jurors
They
who
zoomed that one.
returned the verdict in this case that will further deliberate on this. And for the alternates, we very much appreciate your continued patience while we work through these processes.
4 hours
At
of
this time
deliberation
then,
for the
all will
verdict.
rise, we'll begin deliberations.
But like an hour and a half of that was them asking a question about instructions. So
Yeah.
I think it took them longer to eat a meal and walk
Yeah.
to where they had to go.
Yeah. They're just like
Sit down. Okay, so guilty, everyone?
guilty, guilty, guilty,
You get
guilty,
guilty? You get
guilty,
guilty?
guilty, guilty. I mean, the state did a great job.
They did. Again, I know people don't like Pryor, but he's doing
Doing his job.
he's doing his job and he's
All right,
doing
we'll
the
be in
best
recess.
with nothing. Even though I don't like him as an individual, I think he's doing the best with what he's got. And not being actually certified to do this type of job in the first place is rough.
Yeah.
It's rough.
So what they say, cold-blooded, pitiless slayer.
Slayer.
Cold-blooded, pitiless slayer.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good description of Chad Daybell. Cold, and as he was reading the instructions.
Pryor got a house out of it.
Yeah. Yeah. But who wants that house? That's what I'm thinking.
Oh my God.
Like, would you want that house? It seems like a horrible place.
I mean, so just for the land. So that's what I would if
You
that was
tear everything
yeah,
down.
tear the house down and just you would eventually just sell it off as farmland or something like that, Make $40,000 off of it or whatever.
Wow. Well, they're very close to Yellowstone.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that land will only grow up in value in 50 years. And in 50 years, maybe
It will
some of
be
the...
a more distant memory. Yeah.
But cold-blooded, pitiless slayer.
He's probably, not me, he is probably redesigning Cozy Cone.
That's what he was doing during the... he was...
All those papers, they weren't notes. They were new designs
were
for the Cozy
plans.
Cone.
They were Cozy Cone plans.
And he was going to add more electricity to the room.
He because don't have no much.
Gonna dump it in.
He's gonna dump electricity in there. Yeah. He was Pryor was distancing himself from that witness testimony.
Mhm.
He really was. He was not looking at them. He was reading papers. He was like not being part of this.
Yeah, Falcon's saying I wouldn't have to leave my seat. Death penalty. Like,
Yeah.
can we
Yeah.
just vote here?
Yeah.
Everybody, hands.
Get a snack. Get a snack.
Yeah. Come on, Falcon. They're probably uncomfortable. Let them walk around a bit before they
Go to the bathroom.
I imagine the jury through this because they've had to see everything too.
Oh yeah. So I think we can stop the stream now and then just wait for them to come back, and we will kind of let everyone know when it comes back.
So, yeah, stretch their legs. Yeah, I think everybody we can do the same. Let's stretch our legs. What we'll do is we'll try to post something onto the community post if we have any new information, and so if there is a verdict today, we will we'll kick the stream back on again. So hopefully you guys are subscribed and hit that notification bell. And as soon as we go live, we can watch and talk about it. And if not, then I think that's it for today, and we'll probably see you on Monday.
Yeah, maybe if it's Monday, or I don't know if they're going to be working Saturday. But whenever they come back, we are going to stay close to the computer, so we'll be here.
Yeah,
Stream it.
Absolutely. Thank you for everybody for watching. It's been great, and we'll hope to see you then.
See you later. You can end the stream.